just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand. We won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah.
If I have to fold one more box, I'm gonna snap.
Did you say snap? Snap it to a Slim Jim. You know, a little excitement? Snap.
I still had to be the main event where they could get a match underneath me to be slacking. I had to blow the roof off the place. Yeah, man, I had to deliver. You know, I didn't want anybody stealing my spot because they were all trying every night.
Yeah, I guess it's strange because you're teammates, but at the same time, they're low-key trying to take your throne.
Oh, yeah. If I slipped on a banana peel or got hurt, they'd be more than happy to replace me.
And how much do you have to make sure the promoter and the owners that you stay in their good graces so that you also stay the lead dog? Is that like a whole nother thing going on?
That helps. I just get myself in a position that the character became so powerful, even if I really did piss somebody off, they still had to use me. Because if I went somewhere else, I'd put them out of business. You know, so the character, it had a long run. I mean, you know.
Oh, yeah. It's still running for me right now.
Red and Yellow, bro, through the 80s and all through the 90s. And then when I went back, you know, that last time when I wrestled The Rock and a couple other people, I was still red hot.
Oh, yeah. I remember seeing a poster. It said, fuck Ronald McDonald with red and yellow. And then it said Hulkamania on it.
By Pro Wrestling Clips. Flutzer Civil, Conan broke the internet with his Vikingo contract news, though. Everyone's saying he's going to WWE.
Well, they can say whatever they want. That's not happening right now, that's for sure.
It's B3CCA. This girl's trying to act so classy. Oh, you're from Jersey. Shut up. Bitch, I'm Da Vinci on the mic. Donatello, my shape is nice. I always win so easy. Like then Vici. Bitch, you're Baroque like you're Bach. My money's up, my tracks are hot. I'm the queen, you're a bitch top cunt. You're a master of none. Mona Lisa, I'm smiling, cause my money just keep piling. I'm Da Vinci, winning easy. I'm the queen of being sexy. Don't like Michelangelo. 16 walls, I'm made of gold. I prose like a pro. I prose Cicero. I'm Da Vinci, sitting pretty. I'm the king of every city. Got a lot to say, I'm wordy. No Jersey girl can hurt me. Technically, you're hella boring. Technically, I'm busy touring. Why do 3 every night? White girl wasted, sugar and spice. White girl wasted, sipping ice. White girl wasted, sipping ice. Bitch, I'm Da Vinci on the mic. Donatello, my shape is nice. I always win so easy. Like then Vici. Bitch, you're Baroque like you're Bach. My money's up, my tracks are hot. I'm the queen, you're a bitch top cunt. You're a master of none. 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 You're a master of
The end of your rope.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show, Wednesday night, August 20th here. Yeah, or maybe you're listening on the replay. Time cop! But either way, we're here. We made it. It is another beautiful week. Of course, we had the member show on Monday. We did it a little earlier. Tippy top of the show, I want to let you guys know that this Saturday's live show is canceled. I'm going to go live on Friday, okay? And we'll watch SmackDown, whatever time that's on. We'll watch it live together, okay? And then for people who need the replay, they can whatever. And I'll still do a show. I'll fill it with news and everything like that. It'll just be a regular show. And we'll have SmackDown on more than likely because I'm going to take a little vacation Saturday and Sunday and shit. So that'll be nice. And so that means Forbidden Door as well, I guess, is this weekend, correct? So I'll do a preview show and I'll do a review show. Sound good? Sounds good. So I'll preview that Friday, I guess, for you guys, okay, on the live show. And then on afterwards, I'll record a pod where I review it and do some other funny stuff, okay? And I'll get a guest on to do that with me or maybe a couple, okay? So that's what's going on. So this Saturday's live show is going to go down on Friday if you're around, okay? And it might be at an earlier weird time, but the replay will be up, so... guys, we crushed out 7K subs on the main channel as everyone's filing in, and we crushed out 2K subs on the other channel. So a round of applause for the PWT universe. Thank you. You guys make sure that again, if you want to support what I do, you become a member for only 99 cents. You get access to the bonus shows on Monday, and patrons get access as well. And I'm pleased to announce that Patreon rolled out. I don't know why I'm announcing it. I don't work there or anything, but Patreon announced that, or not even announced, they rolled it out that you can live stream directly on there now, which, if you guys don't know, it's a headache for people who want to stream live directly to Patreon separately and stuff like that. You know, you have to like do it through YouTube and leave it unlisted, and then it's like fucking, you know, it's stupid. So they added a thing, so that'll be awesome as well. I'll be streaming directly to Patreon for the bonus shows, and YouTube members get access to those shows as well. But consider joining Patreon. You can super chat in, hit like, hit subscribe, gift a membership, and leave a comment. Come join us in chat. Voted the poll. Do you think, and this will be a topic of discussion throughout the evening, do you think Chris Jericho, Corazon de Leon, okay, young Christopher, do you think he will join WWE and leave AEW in 2025? That's the question. Now, I'm going to break that down a little bit, but I told you, motherfuckers, we've been manifesting that here at PWT. Okay, I've broken this down a billion times. I put out the tweet finally. People were like, huh, that sounds good. It's like, yeah, think about how it sounds to Jericho. And we're going to break it all down, right? But you guys have probably heard the spiel, my pitch of like why Jericho wants to go back. And I called this one. And when I'm talking about an AEW mass exodus, you know, we've seen some people leave. We've seen some hitters, man, like Blake Monroe and shit leave. But a big, big name, I expected. And I'm fucking, man, Jericho could be that guy. It would not shock me. And we're going to get into that a little bit, okay? So that'll be fun. And what else do we got on the docket? Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez blatantly just lie about AAA. Maybe it's not a blatant lie. I'll retract that. Maybe it's just they didn't do their research and study properly, Brian. And WWE Wrestlepalooza on ESPN. And people, as the ESPN shit rolls out, people are kind of revealing more and more about that. So we're going to talk about that tonight, too. And then there's lots of other shit you guys already know. And speaking of Jericho, we have the man himself here in the green room. So make sure you guys run those likes up, or else he's going to want to come through. Okay, so we're going to get into some shit. The prophecy. Did you guys see this? This is like, this is from back in the day, obviously, when they're talking about wrestling on King of the Hill, and then King of the Hill graphic was used on SmackDown on the LED boards and in the middle of the ring.
And we can top the whole day off with the Christmas Smackdown.
Christmas Smackdown. Here it is. Hey, Dennis Rodman is going to be a guest referee. Boy, you know that guy's catching a folding chair to the head.
And we...
Dude, it's true is the thing. So, guys, we're going to get into some news, some hot news, okay? And where are we going to start here today? Where we're going to start is we're actually going to go back in time, ladies and gentlemen. Where is my sound? Someone get my sound. I can never find my sounds. Okay, rewind. We're rewinding that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go back in time for this next segment. And this is a throwback retro wrestling segment here at PWT. So here's a forgotten classic. The WWF champion Shawn Michaels versus Owen Hart on a Raw. Here's some, I don't know if it's guns and knives, but there's just like an extra gear that doesn't. And it's weird. It's like in WWE, they don't really teach us what they think they're doing, right? But they're not. They're like doing too much. And dude, the best artists, like the artists who operate at the highest levels, they're always like simplifying shit. And that's what this is, right? So it's not that this is easier. This isn't like the highest level of pro wrestling between Owen Hart and Shawn Michaels. It's that they're just able to like simplify it into this, you know, like it's just like roll up, super kick. I don't know. We're not going to watch it all again, but we get flagged. But so in a deleted scene from the movie Liar Liar, Jim Carrey takes his son to go see wrestling, which featured Sting and the Giant. Who knew this? I didn't even know this. So they cut this whole scene out. And what does Jim Carrey get in the ring? So here is Luther Vandross, was a big wrestling fan.
Luther Vandross is a huge wrestling fan.
I've been backstage. I've met all the wrestlers.
I was teasing him one day because he ordered the last SmackDown. And I was bugging. I was like, you actually ordered SmackDown? And then he's like, yeah. It looked at me like, who doesn't order the latest SmackDown.
We were working in the studio. We'd be right
It
in
was
the
an order SmackDown.
middle of something really crucial. Stop WrestleMania, and he would watch it.
Oh, hell yeah. Shout out Luther Vandross, dude. And so I was talking about this not long ago, like 2 weeks ago, or when was it, chat? Like a week, 2 ago, whatever, about how I recently watched the fucking Dungeon of Doom or the Doomsday Cage. Yeah. And so Arn Anderson breaks it down on the Arn Show, which is awesome. Like, what are the odds of that I'm talking about it? And then he's breaking the shit down, and it's like, hell yeah. This is exactly what was like, I wanted to hear this. The algorithm knew. The universe knew. So, yeah, shout out the Arn Show, and here's Paul Bromwell, at Paulie B. Well. Paulie B. Well. Down. And Arn Anderson, and they break down the fucking Doomsday Cage.
It's the infamous Doomsday Cage match with our man in the black sweatpants and sweatshirt, hands taped, eye to eye again with Hogan, which, my goodness, you wrestled him a lot in this.
And I love, too, like, I just recently watched this, right? And I loved how Arn came out in the street clothes.
Months that we've done this show together, as far as February and now March. Arn, talk about it. You're on the
I think at one point he does end up in his trunks, though. I may be mistaken on that.
third tier of the Doom.
So many guys come out during that shit. Sorry, let's listen.
Doomsday
To what
Cage.
he was the man who was there in the clothes. What am I talking about?
Confident in you were you? My first thought that this thing would actually hold you guys.
It was a thought. And let me tell you that the reason I had on all the clothes was that particular wire that they got had a lot of rough edges. And as you can see, the way it was constructed, there was a lot of screws and stuff sticking out. I knew my body was going to get caught up and abused. I just was trying to put a little bit of padding on to keep from scraping myself up.
That's
you
what I
look
was
at
wondering.
behind me, it was just a weird construction. There was a lot of rough edges, a lot of planks that weren't even.
And you notice in the top layer as well, they have Flair and Arn up there, right? And it's just punches and kicks. I don't know if there's one slam thrown on that whole shit. I think maybe Mach like back body drops Flair, who's, by the way, like one of the greatest sellers, in the history of the fucking, like, the greatest. You could probably argue that's like how he got over, was just doing dirty shit and selling. And but I think he takes like a back body drop on that first layer, but he like holds the cage on the whole way down. I think Mach back body. I swear that's like the only move. Otherwise, you can tell they're just all standing there like, "Hey, brother, you're 600 pounds, dude. Don't fall through this shit, Jack."
It was dangerous. I mean, that
Be
part of
Swiss
it
cheese,
was
brother.
legitimate. It was very dangerous.
Buddy, and people in the chat are saying it too. There's no way you could pay me enough to wrestle around up there that high, just knowing that all that's holding you up is that chain link fencing.
Well, go back to the Undertaker and Foley. You saw what happened when he took a choke.
Yeah, that's all I could think when I was watching it back. I'm like, Jesus Christ, they're not just crumbling through. But then again, they didn't do any slams. And then once Hogan and Mach escape, Arn and Flair lay up there for a little bit, and then they come down. Like, they're just like, fuck it, which, well, whatever. There's no rules. It's a cage match, a Doomsday Cage. But the way they explain it at the start, you're like, oh, if they get out of there, they like lock these guys in, and there's no more, like, they're eliminated type shit. But no, it's just Hogan and Macho beating up 700 people.
Slam on top of the cage. You went all the way through to the floor. That kind of stuff happens. You can't prepare for it. It was what it was. It was a dangerous night, and we were all, or at least the guys I talked to, were aware of the potential danger.
Hell yeah. Shout out Arn Anderson, dude. Okay, and that was a little flashback retro news there. So what's up with chat? How are we all feeling tonight? We're going to get into some miscellaneous news. We got a bit of everything tonight as well, so just stay locked in here. Yeah, so Big Bang's on. And Kaylee Cuoco's asking, what's his name, Leonard, to be her Valentine. Gripping television. I think with this episode, with all the sex talk, there's going to be a huge lead-in. A huge lead-in and out. Am I right, fellas? Am I right, guys? Right? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, it is time for miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So Jedi Goodman posts this. He's a great follow as well if you're an MMA fan. Posts this, that the story about the Apex was complete and utter bullshit about them expanding the seats to 5 and 10K. Let's take a listen. This was at the post-fight presser.
It's fun. There was a report that the UFC Apex is going to be expanded to have like 10 to 15,000.
That was the biggest bullshit story ever written. It's fucking unbelievable. They quoted people that literally said nothing to them, never spoke to them or anything. That entire story was a fucking absolute bullshit lie. The craziest thing we've ever seen. I fucking called Lene and said, Lene, this whole story is a lie. Everything about it is a lie, including the people that they quoted. Never talked to them.
How does that happen?
How does that happen, Lene? The head of PR for the UFC?
Oh, shit. Someone's getting fired. You're high. Vince, get in here and do what I need you, what you do best. You're high. And you have to fly home on my plane.
What did she say? What's the answer?
I don't know. Dana will lie about shit. Ariel went off about it. I just don't know. Here's the thing. He doesn't know everything that like WWE's discussing on their side either. And he willingly and gladly is like, I want no part of like WWE's doing their thing. I'm just doing my thing over here. So, you know, if there's things going on over there that he's not even privy to, it's not like they even have to check in with this guy anymore. Some people speculate Dana might not even be with UFC like terrible, like that much longer. I think his contract's coming up or something. And some people are like, why wouldn't he just take a, you know, because he's still on the board if he's not running UFC. But I don't think he wants to retire from doing it quite yet. But some people speculate he might to focus more on boxing and like doing business with the Saudis more year round and stuff like that. I don't know, but he's saying this story is completely bullshit about them expanding the Apex to do like not even just residencies, but yeah, like touring shows, like hey, artists or WWE or hey, ping pong championships or whatever can be filmed at the Apex. They're saying that's bullshit. I think that Dana's probably partially right, and if I just had to speculate, but I don't know shit, right? But I think like maybe they're not willing to just rent it out to whoever, but like TNA can do a show there, WWE, AAA can do a show there, UFC can do a show there. They can do the bull riding convention there, but they own all that shit. Maybe the part of the story where it's like, oh, it's open to other people doing a show there. Maybe that's the bullshit part. But I absolutely believe that they're going to expand the Apex. Maybe not even maybe just they're going to expand shit for WWE out there. It's just going to happen. Anyways, let's.
Okay, so you're satisfied with the recent construction to the Apex? That's how it's going to be.
Yes, I mean to think that if you look at the construction that's going at the Apex, to even think that it's going to be a 10,000 seat arena, anyway. Yeah, it's fucking unbelievable. Complete lie. Everything about that story was a lie.
Everything he's saying, yeah. So maybe it was all made up, and the points don't matter. So Killer Cross's new entrance music, I'm just going to play it and Cross don't snipe me. I don't know. like Pride, the intro to Pride FC, kind of. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but we get a snippet here. Yeah, that's sick, man. And he has the video all done up. I think, yeah, he for real is gone and is shocked by the whole thing himself. Former ECW, we talked about it, everybody has to death. Former ECW backstage hand Michael Farron passes away at age 49. God rest his soul. I don't know if anyone in chat has any Michael Farron stories. I'm not familiar, but it was in the news, and we pay our goddamn respects here at PWT. So just best energies and whatnot to him and his family, rather. I don't know. I get awkward with the death stuff. You guys know on the show. Here's What's the Status, who posted this crazy fucking indie spot, and I just had to react to it. So Big Smoke versus number 18 from Dragon Ball. So it's Big Smoke from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Okay. And then we have Android 18 and Ryder. Android 18 from Dragon Ball. Ryder gets speared through a fucking table. Have any of you guys been to one of these like gimmick indie shows where they're playing characters and shit? I've never been to one. You know, I've seen parodies, but I've never seen like a full-blown, oh, we just are like all this Simpsons or whatever. So we covered this. I did a whole thing on this on Monday's show. So Paul Walter Hauser with Progress Wrestling. Breaking news. He announces he'll be defending fresh off of Fantastic Four First Steps, which didn't do too well at the box office, folks, but it's going to crush it on digital. Make sure you guys watch it on digital. I really enjoyed it, but it's like deep cut. If you're a Fantastic Four fan, you're like, dude, this movie fucking rules. If you're not like a deep cut, I think, Fantastic Four fan, it's still an enjoyable superhero movie, but is it as good as like Iron Man or Spider-Man or some shit? No, definitely not. But it's like a really fucking good, if you like comic book movies, like adapted, you know, to the screen that are just colorful and cartoony and flagrant, it's definitely all those fucking things. It could be the most comic book movie of all time.
Progress is one of the greatest wrestling companies of all time.
Oh, there you go. Of all time. 2 all times back to back. Of all time. And yeah, Hauser is the Progress, what is it called? Protein champion? What is it? The Progress Proteus champion. So he cuts a promo. He's going to be there. And fans bring their weapons, and he's facing Charles Crowley and Simon Miller. You guys know Simon Miller? And then Charles Crowley, who played the Thing in Fantastic Four as the like body double. Like he wore the suit when the other actor, Ebon Moss Bachrach, when he wasn't there, I guess, or didn't want to be on set or whatever. The guy that they had in the Thing costume doing stunts and shit was this pro wrestler, Charles Crowley, I believe. I believe that's him. So, yeah, let's go. Shout out Progress. So, wow, Women of Wrestling is locked in for season 4 and a Las Vegas residency. So you mean to tell me WOW's getting a Las Vegas residency? Now, I'm not saying it's going to do gangbusters, but WWE isn't going to have that soon. So even with Dana White talking that shit, it's like, I think it would benefit them to just have a WWE's own spot and the Apex's own spot. Or do they swap out the ring and octagon every time? I don't know. If they figure out a way to adjust it to 5K, you can film PLEs there. I don't think that's outside the realm of possibility whatsoever. But I do agree with like 10 and 13 being egregious. But either way, though, WOW is locked in for a Las Vegas residency. And who's on the cover? Penelope Pink. WOW. And yeah, there you go. Start watching. I'm trying to promote wrestling here. Speaking of promotion, legit Layla Hirsch is now accepting bookings for upcoming shows. And man, I really hope that, because apparently she reached out to WWE to be a ref, not the other way around. And I hope the sickos and the dirt sheets didn't like blow up her spot and ruin her getting a fucking job. Not to say she won't get booked on the indies and shit, but I just really think that her being a referee would have been a good look for her career. And people just jumped all over that and blew that story up out of proportion. I just hope it didn't blow up her spot. If it didn't, then cool. But so Bubba the Love Sponge, of course, he can't let the Hulk Hogan shit go. And neither can I, brother. Hulkamania does run forever, dude. I guess, you know, Bubba's taking it a little literally. And he says Hulk Hogan's daughter, Brooke, is getting all kinds of DMs from nurses, cops, and others who were there that claim something bad is going on here. So is he being conspiratorial? I saw another conspiracy having to do with Hogan, rather, that we'll talk about in a moment. And let's just listen to Bubba here.
Brooke has reached out and said she's been notified by cops, nurses, all that want their names out of it, but have gotten a hold of her via Instagram DMs or via, you know, whatever way. She's easy to get a hold of. You can get a hold of her. She's got a Facebook. She's got Instagram. And there's been multiple people, from nurses to police officers.
See, this is the only time this guy's relevant. I called it out. And yeah, I get it. Some people might like him. You know, he's had a career in radio a long ass time. But yeah, I mean, he's never been spoken about on this show, for instance, or others in recent memory, other than this stuff, you know?
Officers to just people that were there that are saying there's something bad going on here. Listen, it's a mic.
Like when? Before or after? Jesus Christ, man. So yeah, they're trying to prey on an emotionally distressed woman, and there's people like, hey, you know, you should look into this with their conspiracy bullshit. Like, come on, dude.
Drop with an autopsy, an independent autopsy from Orange County or somewhere else that's not in the jurisdiction of Scientology, to do an autopsy. And at that point, they can say, Bubba, shut your fat mouth. Jay, shut your mouth. Dan, shut your mouth, because this is how he died. Here's what's in his system. Here's the blood panel. Here's the toxology report.
It's never that like 70-year-old dudes just like die. It's always Scientology. And yo, I'm a Hulkster, man. I ain't trying to make light of the sitch. It's just like, come on, bro. What are you talking about?
And here's the fact that he died from a heart attack.
And it was Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise. We got him on the line. Tom Cruise. Yeah, on the line here. So, you know, there's more to new accusations. Claim Hulk Hogan was killed, not just dead. If you're killed, doesn't that mean you're still dead? Doesn't that still mean dead? What are you talking about? So during a recent segment on his YouTube channel, Bubba insisted. He said, somebody made it. We got Hulk Hogan on the line here. No, I'm just kidding. Somebody made a mistake and somebody's covering it up. Somebody killed Hulk Hogan. That's what you're saying, my opinion. Now, mind you, let me pre-qualify my opinion by saying I was absolutely denounced as a nut job, as a fat ass lad. We listen to that part. So, yeah, he's putting it out there, and I don't know if what he's even saying is legit or if he's just milking as much out of the Hogan shit. Like I told you guys, he was likely going to do, and the only time people talk about it, he recently just saw a resurgence in his views and everything like that. Why do you think that is? It's because of what he's talking about and the fact he got Brooke on. So he's just going to like milk the shit out of that, you know? And also, shout out L. Ron Hubbard. No. So RVD says the Hogan racialism controversy got blown out of proportion. So RVD recently said Vince talking about Hogan's racial slur, I think that maybe prospectively in the overall picture that could validly be played down a little. It's not like he murdered somebody, and just hearing Vince say, he makes mistakes, and he did make a mistake, and it was a really bad one, and he did pay for it. However he put it, I just thought, and he's right, but I just thought, man, for knowing Hulk like I know him, and then knowing that there are so many people that just choose to hate him, that don't even know him, but they hate him because of the little bit they know about him. Little bit, what is that, like what we saw in the Gawker video, in that leaked video? So it's getting ridiculous now, guys. It just felt like those comments supported that kind of consequence or punishment, like that thought process. Yeah, I get what you mean. So yeah, he's just he's defending the Hulkster there, brother. And he's like, I knew Hulkster and TNA, man. Were they in WWE? Yeah, for sure. In the Ruthless Aggression era, right? They would have been like 2002, 1, 3, 2, 1, 3. Oh, shit. I'm fly. Oh, I'm fly. Yeah. Those who know. Anyway, so Matt Riddle is in the news again. Or actually, let's talk about Karrion Kross for 1 second. He returns to Defy on September 19th. Old killer, new era. There is a show. Literally, I talk shit. I'm like, why aren't they promoting it as Killer Cross Smoke Show and all this shit? And then they called a show Killer Smoke Show. So they're just gone. I think I'm being way too. I had motherfuckers tell me too, like, dude, you're too optimistic. Like, they're gone, And it's just like, shit. No, it's got to be. So yeah, the Killer Smoke Show. I mean, that's the fucking name of it. Now, again, it's not Killer Cross and the Smoke Show Scarlet Bordeaux. Maybe this is them. Maybe I'm just holding out hope. It's a conspiracy. The dream's not dead, and neither is Hulkster. Matt Riddle, he claims that he told Shane McMahon to go fuck yourself, bro, at Hulk Hogan's funeral. Gee, Matt, way to make it about yourself, bud. Let's hear what Matt had to say. We're not going to hear it. I'm going to read it. And he's like, I was at Nick Hogan's wedding. I don't know Nick or Tay, but my girlfriend knows Nick's now wife, Tana. So actually, Misha was invited to the wedding and Misha was invited to the funeral. I was her +1. So technically, I wasn't really invited, but my better was. My relationship with Hogan was very brief. I'll say this. Guys from his era, same thing with Ric Flair, they really respect a man like myself because I fought in the UFC. Jesus Christ. I was a state and national champion. I mean, I beat John Jones wrestling. True. Riddle's a legit motherfucker. People try and diminish his MMA career, and the reason he talks like this is because he could have legitimately been, I think, one of the best in his weight class that I think he could have become a champion for sure, but he just failed weed tests and shit. And yeah, he really had all the tools and he had legit knockout power, not like touch you and you're done, but he could, he had it, and he was really good at ground and pound. He had that GSP shit where if it really clicked with him, he could have, I think, got to the world champion level, and his career just got cut short and Dana White buried him. Then he had to reinvent himself as a pro wrestler. So that chip's still on his shoulder or whatever. I get it, but let it go. I beat John Jones wrestling in high school. Yeah, I was in high school, bro. Let it go, or whatever, college, whatever. Let it fucking go. And he says, I have a pedigree and it's real. It's not something that was given to me. It's not dumb fuck. I earned it. Vince stayed off to the side. I felt like it'd be really unprofessional to go out of my way to do that. If we naturally crossed paths, we did. I didn't get to talk to Paul. I did see Shane, and the first thing he said to me, and said it sarcastically, was, hey, nice hair. So about Matt Riddle's red hair. And Riddle said, I'll be honest, especially now I don't work anywhere. I work for myself. He said that to me, and I told him to go fuck himself and walked away. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's the time to tell someone to fuck themselves. I'll side with Riddle on that one, maybe. I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't see how Shane said it. It could have just been is that what you'd say to someone backstage at a wrestling show if they came in with pink hair? Hey, dude, nice hair, right? And maybe he's just trying to laugh like one of the boys and you took it too seriously, which it seems like you do, because apparently Riddle slapped Gunther, and we all know people left him at Towns more than one time. And he doesn't drive or whatever, so he's always like riding shotgun or whatever. So they like left him in a couple towns, which is shitty, but at the same time, like I'm not back there. Is he pissing everyone off? He's even said it. Roman got mad at him. Gunther, Goldberg, Brock Lesnar. Apparently Riddle slapped Gunther, and then Gunther just like laughed in his face. And then everyone just kind of was like, whoa, like chill out or whatever. So I have no idea why he's doing shit. That could be a rumor story. I don't know if anyone's ever confirmed that. I can't remember where I heard that or read that, but anyways, though. Yeah, he's just like, everyone was excited to see me, and all of us were all brushed shoulders in the locker room, and I mean, Van Dam was there, a plethora of people. Everyone's happy to see me, blah, 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 but this one guy. So I don't know. Matt, chill out, bro. It's all good. You seem like a little self-conscious. Like everyone knows you can beat the shit out of them. Relax, dude. Anyway, so the Hollywood Reporter ranks the top 10 wrestlers turned actors, thespians of the theater. And we got our ranking here. Chat, I want to know if you guys agree with this or not. At 10, we have Andre the Giant, okay? Which is, I mean, he was in The Princess Bride, right? So he makes the top 10. What else was he in? Let's look up Andre the Giant. No, because all the wrestling events will come up. So we'll just go off the dome here. So The Princess Bride, right? He was in that, which is a fucking tremendous movie. Does that rank him as one of the top actors who were wrestlers? I don't know. I'm sure Ryan Nemeth's like, oh, come on, dude. I've done like 3 indie films or whatever. I'm sure there's some, like The Miz is like, come on, dude. I'm better than Andre the Giant, but I don't know. Andre crushed it in that role. Jesse Ventura. So he was in a few things, most notably Predator. Ain't Got Time to Bleed. And he's fucking ruled in that movie. So I don't know. I think that's awesome. Paul White, Big Show. Now are we going based off like if we sat them all in a room and how well they act? I think so far this ranking is correct in my humble opinion. Right? Maybe you could switch Ventura with Andre, but Big Show, he did do the Go Big Show, which is so fucking terrible, right? I tried to turn it on. Or the Go Big Show. Or no, the Big Show on Netflix. I think he was a judge on the Go Big Show, no? Didn't he, like, replace Cody Rhodes or something on that? Maybe I'm wrong. Either way, that's not acting. That's like a fucking America's Got Talent show. So he did the Big Show on Netflix. Terrible. Had to turn it off. Fucking sucks. And that's not all on him entirely, but let's be honest here. He's carrying it. It's named after him. And then he's Captain Insano and Waterboy. That's like whatever. We just saw that he was supposed to be in Liar Liar. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, I guess maybe you could rank him up there. I don't really know. I'm sure he was in like an episode of Highlander or something that I'm not thinking of, right? Or did that? Yeah, maybe Baywatch or one of these shows from back in the day, right? Hulk Hogan at 7. Come on now, Eric. That's not very fair. Is that a little low to put Hulkster there? Now let's think about it. I'm okay with him being above the aforementioned people, but Kevin Nash. Now let's be honest here. Kevin Nash was in Thomas Jane's Punisher, which was awesome. Kevin Nash was in Magic Mike, which, like, come on. Right? And at his age too, jacked up, dude. And those were huge fucking movies. So, yeah, I mean, what else has he been in? He was also Super Shredder, if I'm correct. So, yeah, I think you could rank him up there. Adam Copeland. Now, everything's I've seen him in, it's like cheesy and shitty, and he's not that good, except for this Disney show. And I haven't watched the whole series, but just like the clips that I've seen of Edge in it, you're like, oh, he figured out acting like for a Disney show. He figured out this level of acting. So that's awesome. So yeah, Edge, awesome. Rank him up there. I don't know if he should be above Hogan though, or Nash. That's my only problem. What's the movie or the show or whatever where he gets like stabbed in the nuts with a sword? Oh yeah, The Longest Yard. That was so why isn't Stone Cold on here? Like, he was amazing in The Longest Yard. And he was also amazing in that movie. One of the only good, there were like 2 good WWE movies. Okay. Well, there was a few actually over time, but at first that were just like wrestler based. So there was See No Evil with Kane. That movie actually cooked. The sequel, not so much. The first one, that movie was solid. The other one, the other WWE movie that was good. Well, there was that Halle Berry one. What was that called? Like The Call? That was WWE Studios. That was actually a pretty fucking good movie. And then the other one was where Stone Cold gets dropped on that fucking island. Or was that a WWE Films, like a WWE Studios film? I believe it was, where he gets put on that island where everyone's got to sorry, we're on YouTube. This is all Minecraft, right? They have to delete each other, and then the last man standing, which I always maintained, like, if it wasn't Stone Cold in that movie, if they put one of these like known actors or like a legit, like not a wrestler in that movie would have been bigger than it was. But I think because it was Stone Cold, it got a bad rap. Also, where's Triple H on this shit? He was in Blade Trinity and he crushed that as well. Blade Trinity fucking ruled. Where's Vader? Boy Meets World. Hello. Where's Vader? Boy Meets World.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
Fucking clears the Big Show. It's like, what are we doing here, man? Clears this Prometheus or the Mount Olympus or whatever the fuck show Adam Copeland's on. Roddy Piper, I will never disparage the goddamn man. Fellow Canadian and just a goddamn amazing actor who's just an icon. Piper's a fucking icon. Cena as Peacemaker is so fucking good. I just watched season 1. Season 2 drops, I think, tonight or tomorrow. Fucking spectacular. He's so good in it. His cameo, I just rewatched Superman last night. His cameo in Superman's funny. His other roles in other movies are hilarious. Now, there's something to say about like his try-hardness, and Matt Morgan famously has come on this show, and I don't know, famously, infamous, whatever, has come on this show and been like, dude, I used to drive up and down the roads with him, and like he's the greatest. He's just full of shit, pretty much, right? Like, he's the greatest actor of all time because he's not this fucking guy that we all think he is these days. And not like burying him, just like, bro, this rapper shit came out of nowhere. This fucking, this Hollywood shit came out of nowhere. So listen, and not everybody, divulges, not everybody talks about all of their dreams and aspirations fucking all the time, or don't develop them later in life or whatever. After you're a fucking 4-time WWE champion or whatever, your dreams might change a little bit. So either way though, I fucking love Cena, and I love him in Peacemaker, and he's in this movie with like Tina Fey and Amy Poehler or whatever her name is, and he's like a drug dealer. I think his name's like Spider in it, and he's all tattooed up. He's fucking funny in that. He's good shit. So yeah, 3's a solid ranking. I think the 3 we have to all agree are Cena, Dewey, The Rock, and Batista. They're the 3 like top because of their status in Hollywood, and they've actually made legit flicks. Now, The Rock, people are like, he just plays The Rock every time. I kind of disagree. Like, have you guys seen what's that movie called? Gridiron Gang? Have you guys seen Walking Tall? Like, those are really good fucking movies. Even The Rundown. was an awesome movie for its time, you know? And sorry, I'm just DMing Husey over here. So you know, his movies were good even before, and then Black Adam, I think people shit on it too much. I really do. I just think it was 3 to 5 years too late. Like if that movie came out 3 years earlier, I think people would have been like, this movie fucking rules. But it just was the state of DC, and everybody knew what The Rock was doing to it at that point. Like he was just forcing the issues. And now all these Snyder bitches fucking cry about the new DC stuff when it's like, Jesus Christ. It's so good. I don't know. I'm enjoying it. I enjoy Creature Commandos. I enjoyed Superman. I enjoy Peacemaker. Peacemaker season 2 is going to fucking rule. So, yeah. And then Batista's the number one. Now, why? I don't get why people give him that distinction just so clearly and definitively. I guess it's because he's shown he can seriously act and he's done character shit. Like in the movie Stuber, he's a funny guy. And then in the movie Guardians of the Galaxy, he's a funny guy, but in a totally different way when he's playing Drax. And then when he was in a James Bond flick, right? I'm pretty sure. Or was it Mission Impossible? Sorry, I'm conflating the shit. What movie was it? I'm going to Google it. Yeah, he was in the James Bond, Mr. Hinks, right? So I believe that's the character he played. I'm just Googled it quickly. So, right. And then Cavill was in Mission Impossible, right? So Batista though, so yeah, he can play a funny guy but in different ways. It's not fucking I'm the same type of funny, whereas John Cena, if you watch the movie like Cock Blockers and then you watch like the movie he did with Amy Schumer, he's like almost the same guy. Like his comedic riffing is like one note, one tone. You guys get what I'm saying? So I think that places Batista above. Now I think, but then like The Rock and Batista, why does Batista get the nod over The Rock? So I'm trying to think, what has The Rock done? Have you guys seen Smashing Machine? I guess let me see Smashing Machine and then I'll fucking tell you if I think The Rock can do drama and shit better, because the trailers look awesome for that movie. But yeah, that is their fucking list, and I love that. And I'm gonna do something with this list over on Phil Marks Out as well. So make sure you guys, I'm gonna chop it up, I think, with Husey about that list as well. Maybe I'll do a little simul stream for that or something on both channels. But and speaking of Phil Marks Out, go check out the channel. There's more content from this old screen grab, and we have more subs too. But yeah, just make sure you check it out. Show some love. Appreciate you all. Okay, so a tale of two partnerships. New Japan Pro Wrestling G1 Climax attendance by year 2015 to 2025. This year's G1 had the annual tournament's lowest attendance in the last 10 years. And AEW has really hurt New Japan's partnership. Like the New Japan fans aren't fucking, they like Takeshita, but they like his skill. No one will deny that, but they ain't fucking with him because they know what's going on. Gabe Kidd got ruined because of AEW at the last Wrestle Kingdom or the AEW versus New Japan show or whatever. It's pretty much like AEW people beat everyone. Like Kenny Omega even beat Gabe Kidd when it was like, no, you're supposed to put him over here, you dumbass. And yeah, dude, they've gutted New Japan. The New Japan fans know that Naito is mad or something at like Bushi Road, or there's some sort of heat there, and he's like against American wrestling, but he's like, I'm fucking going to America now. So the attendance is down. The Wrestle Kingdom show outdrew the AEW versus New Japan show the next day that had all the same people on it. We covered that extensively. And Tanahashi's just like, we're really happy with our partnership and da-da-da-da. I don't know what he's doing, man. Chat, I pose y'all the question. Should WWE try and blow Noah up, or should they try and partner with like All Japan and resurrect it? Because it has like a name and brand recognition and all that sort of shit. Or do they try and like work something out with New Japan as best as they can? even though New Japan will be reluctant to do that. What do you think the best move would be? But AAA Triple Mania XXX Tentacion 111 drew more than 4 million viewers within the first 24 hours, and the live stream on Saturday peaked at a concurrent audience of 614,000. The event also set AAA's all-time gate record with an attendance of 19,691. That's per Deadline. We're going to hear Dave and Brian, who've never studied the business and aren't real journalists, fucking hope and seethe over this in a little bit. So here is Mickie James, and I put this in miscellaneous because ever since she's gone from LFG, like, is she signed to WWE still? Is she with them? What's going on? I don't know, as Lex Luger would say. I don't know.
I don't know.
But let's hear Mickie James' new country song.
What? You're about to see true form. I hate the way I love you. Got me so pissed. Just when I think I'm over it, you add to the list. I said I'm pissed, baby. What?
You know, we always listen to clips of her songs here, and like, I don't entirely hate them. It's kind of country rock, and it's not bad by any means. But it's also not like, oh, I gotta go out of my way to fucking listen to this, you know. But it's got its audience, and it's not bad. Like, if I was drinking beers and we were playing beer darts or something like that out in the fucking yard, and you know, so you were playing that song, I wouldn't think twice. I'd be nodding my head and having a good time. So a former WWE superstar and Olympic champion, Gable Steveson, after choking in his amateur wrestling comeback as a fucking 30-whatever-year-old man, he's making his pro MMA debut at LFA 217 on September 12th. LFA, I believe, is on Fight Pass and has they're connected with UFC, I believe. Yes, they're on UFC Fight Pass, and they're like a NXT for UFC type shit. And so it's good for Steveson to be going there, to be cutting his teeth. And this is where he should start. He'll learn to smash guys, work on his striking. I think he'll do well. And I'm actually proud of him for not just like trying to jump the line and get into the UFC right away, like you see some NFL players and athletes do, because they end up getting starched and memed and shit. See Greg Hardy. And so him starting an LFA, that's awesome. He can build up a little, 4-0, 5-0, 6-0, 7, and maybe, 10-0 record over the next like 3 years. He could get 10 fights in if they just feed him cans or whatever, and then maybe win a couple belts there. See if he could do like a heavyweight. And I don't know how heavy Steveson walks around at, but maybe he's like, hey, I try a 205 cut and win their LFA belt type shit. Like this is the place to experiment and do this, where CM Punk should have went first, was like an under promotion like LFA and just had a few fights. That's what he should have done, but instead he's fighting Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu brown belts who were like young kids and shit, who were like, well, in Mickey Gall at least at the time. Either way, Gable Steveson, shout him out. Hopefully he has a good career. I'm not really necessarily rooting for him. I think he will get memed like everybody else. He'll end up having no hands, end up getting starched. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So Danielson and Ospreay are kicking off Dynamite here, and the crowd fucking exploded, which was awesome. Because they're two guys who everyone thinks won't ever wrestle again, bruv. So maybe we should listen in to what they're going to say here. Lights out steel cage match. That's so fucking stupid. So who sanctioned the cage? Who put it up there? Lights out steel cage. Why? Well, we don't want to be responsible for what happens in this cage, but we'll give it a platform, a venue, and lower a fucking cage. Like, what are you talking about, man? Just say it's a fucking cage match. It's already no DQ and shit. You're putting a hat on a hat. Right? Let's check in with chat here. Dashing Purple has been a member for 9 months. Thank you very much for your membership. And F1WGP7's been a member for 11 months. Thank you so much for your membership. Guys, there's like 280 on X and YouTube. If you're on X, come over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Hit like, hit subscribe. We blew past 7K subs. We're on our way to 8K. And we blew past 2K subs on the other channel. So shout you guys out. Consider becoming a member for 99 cents. You get access to my bonus shows, which are always fun. They go off the fucking rails. The last one I covered like the whole Travis Heckle, Jim Cornette controversy and did an uber long sicko segment. And it was insane. So, and yeah, you guys can super chat in, you can gift memberships, or you can become a patron. You can hit like, dislike, leave a comment, all that good shit. Thank you so much for being here. Also, Christopher Miller has been a member for 10
Sometimes
months.
in life, you got to be a hoe.
As they say. So I do want to hear what Bruv has to fucking say here, you know? And they're in Glasgow. So what time is it in Glasgow to where they're on at their usual time? Was this taped before? Was this shit taped? Let's show them how it's done, bruv. I embrace the grind of the ball, bruv. I am the ball of the ball, bruv. Okay, what is he talking about? He's talking about sausage rubs or something. Ali Abdelaziz, you terrorist. I'm just joking, dude. You gotta quote Connor. I can't see the name Ali Abdelaziz without thinking of that fucking press conference. I apologize, okay? Gabe Kidd, I'm so sorry. Gabe Kidd did one G1 match and couldn't finish, but I guess he's okay for AEW. Dude, he bailed. He had to miss 2 matches in the G1 or whatever. Has their mid-card belt and beat Tanahashi recently. Yeah. Reminder, Ryan Smile, RIP. Yeah, shout you out, dude. Thanks for your super chat and the support. And you are fucking right, man. He missed matches. What is he doing in AEW, though? Ali Abdelaziz. What is he doing in AEW? I actually, like, has he been around? Or didn't Pac replace someone recently? And people thought it could have been Gabe Kidd or whatever. I don't fucking know. But the Japanese fans have sort of turned on him. They're like, dude, you kind of sold out to go do that dumb Moxley shit. Like, that's the most AEW shit you could have done, was go to AEW and align with Moxley. The guy pretending to not, 8 matches. He forfeited after 1. Oh, okay. So I lost count after 2. I just saw people being like, he missed 2 matches already. So he missed 8. Okay, so we're gonna get into AEW news, guys. Is Bruv gonna retire? I'll feel so bad, like, for real, because I know I've gone hard in the paint on him, but It's not like personal, you know, it's just him being cringe about Triple H or whatever. And I said it, like, I fucking have gone, before he came in AEW. That I am an Ospreay fan. He's going to announce he is cleared or. Okay, see? So I'm not cleared for Forbidden Door. What the fuck? So he's going to wrestle in the unsanctioned match? Like, bro, the fact this is what it's like, bro, this is kind of fucked up. Like, the fact that this is like the angle they're going with, I think is entirely insane. So he's not cleared, but then he goes to Europe and then he's like, I'm cleared and I'll wrestle in an unsanctioned match. Like, is this whole he's not cleared thing a fucking storyline? Because the problem is that, like, the rumors are that AEW's medical is like fucking non-existent.
Allegedly.
You know what I mean? So it's just crazy. So it's a 6 versus 6. It's a 5 versus 5. Fucking cage match. It's a 5 versus 5 cage match at Forbidden Door with AEW guys. So where's the Forbidden Door part of it? This shit is so bad, dude. I'm sorry. This is like, what the fuck? Why is this the angle they're taking? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know if that's the angle I'd be taking, chat. I really don't care about Bumbaclot, Hot Poxley, John Moxley. So let's head over to ladies and gentlemen, since we're on the topic, it is everyone's favorite segment, and it is called AEW News, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone all together now. Ichi Nissan da. For AEW News. So AEW's running Collision from the MHN Arena in Huntington, WV on West Virginia on September 27. The VIP pre-sale, blah, blah, blah. And it's like a high school gym where they have like mats laid out there to do wrestling and whatever. Now, I mean, you can get quite a few people in there. I'm not knocking feds that do shows and venues this side. I know this gentleman I bookmarked is, but hey, it is what it is. Danhausen's AEW deal was extended. So it was talked about how Danhausen is expected to leave AEW and he asked to leave AEW. But they were like, no, we're actually going to freeze your time because they know WWE is going to make this guy so much money. I reacted to something a dirt sheet said about Danhausen and he fucking blocked me. And I didn't say, I just said, God bless you and your family or something like that. And maybe he's like a rank atheist or something, and I don't fucking know. And whatever, it is what it is. I just meant it like, dude, I hope you're not going through shit. Sorry, but he blocked me for just reacting to what a dirt sheet said about like him and his wife or something at the time. So I still love Danhausen. It's all good. But so I'll always put him over. But yeah, I can't fucking see his tweets or anything unless I like fucking go sleuth them out. And I'm not about to waste my time doing that on Twitter. So Danhausen, shout him out. He wants to get free. And they're like, no, we're going to freeze you for the injury time that you've put up. Even though they weren't using him when he was healthy and shit, is the funniest part. And yeah, he's going to go to WWE. He's going to be, I think he'd be funny in NXT. And then you can cross him over with like Mr. Iguana on one of those AAA shows, Joe Hendry, all that silly shit. It'll go viral as fuck. And he'll be funny on NXT. Not even saying he'll win any titles or anything like that, but they're going to make so much money off his face paint and his gimmick and his fucking action figures. And he's popular already, like at cons and all that sort of shit. So, yeah, it's just going to be such a good move when he leaves. And again, the AEW exodus of fucking 2025 continues. All right. Switchblade had this to say. Well, Tony Khan had this to say, actually. Tony Khan says AEW is now profitable. So let's listen.
You can put that into the wrestling promotion, into the marketing, into the wrestlers, into the hopefully profitability, which is great now with AEW having the new media rights. We are really a much healthier, stronger business. Our revenues are much higher than ever, and it's really exciting because we're a young, growing company that continues to grow the revenues every year. And we've done so well, but certainly you can put that into the wrestling promotion, into the marketing, into the
I just want to hear it one more time because I don't know if I believe it yet.
wrestlers, into
digest this as he says it one more time.
the hopefully profitability, which is great now with AEW.
Hopefully profitability, which is great now with AEW. So let's dissect this. He didn't say yet that they're profitable. Maybe he will in 1 second.
You having the new media rights. We are really a much healthier, stronger business. Our revenues are much higher than ever.
See, he didn't say they're fucking profitable, you idiots. He didn't even say
Tony
that they're profitable.
Khan.
Guys, look at what this shit says right here. I need to quote tweet this. See, Switchblade pointed it out. Tony Khan confirming that AEW is now profitable. No, that's not what he did at all. He said, hopefully profitable. Let's listen to that one more time. And then he says, and that's what's great with our new TV deal. We're more healthy and are bringing in more revenue. But he didn't say, now we're healthily profitable. We're in the green now. He didn't say that. It's not about, see, redacts on the fucking internet, these sickos, bro, they don't understand like language, like the way, it's not even what people are saying, it's like the way they say it sometimes. And Tony knows what he's doing here by dancing around the words. But he confirmed that. I bet if I click on this tweet, there'll be fucking 30,000 sickos like this shit.
You can put that into
It's
the
not even what he said. It's just a fundamental misunderstanding of what he said.
wrestling promotion, into the marketing, into the wrestlers, into
One more time.
hopefully profitability, which is great now with AEW.
Hopefully profitability, which is great now with AEW.
You having the new media rights. We
having the new media rights
are really a much healthier, stronger business. Our revenue.
We are really a much healthier, stronger business.
These are much higher than ever, and it's really exciting.
Our revenues are much higher than ever. Okay.
Because we're a young, growing company that continues to grow the revenues every year. And we've done so well, but certainly you can put that into the wrestling promotion, into the marketing, into the wrestlers, into the hopefully profitability, which
he said, hopefully. I don't know. I don't take that at all as I don't interpret it the way that guy did. MVP warns indie wrestlers to stop doing dangerous moves for $25 and 75 people. Yeah, he's goddamn right, man. MVP, keep saying your thing, man. Keep spitting because people need to hear this shit. CM Punk, speaking of Danhausen, was in Danhausen's blog and gave him an interesting new shirt. And why wouldn't Danhausen do this? Of course, everybody pointing out, oh, well, Danhausen's friends with Punk, and that's why they're punishing him. No shit. That's why everyone buried Aleister Black as well. Right? Because he's the guy who had Punk's back in the fucking footage. You see him right there. ready to fucking roll for Punk. So it's all of these guys who are friends with Punk, and that's why Dax, FTR, and them kiss so much balls, because they aligned with Punk. They were just down with him. They were his boys, and then now they have to kiss so much balls, or else they're not going to be fucking used and stuff like that. So,
all right.
And the people who don't do that don't get used, and then they end up leaving, and they get frozen. Their time gets frozen, even though Tony's not going to use them, and then their merch gets put on hold, and they get Ray Phoenixed and shit. That's what keeps happening to the people we know that have bigger ambitions or are friends with Punk or certain people. Other folks who were friends with them just kiss a ton of balls, or the people who are against them never have these issues. It's weird. It's strange.
I broke into your hotel room, and
if you're
said
completely neutral, you just get ghosted.
that I have 2 minutes, so I have a gift for you. Listen, you turn around. The camera's over here. I'm filming this. Nice T-shirt. I hate all of this. No, you don't. Anyways, I followed you to New Jersey for Slammer Slam. You're here. I'm doing signings, making lots of money.
So fucking, he's like, I followed you to New Jersey for SummerSlam, Danhausen, saying this. He's under AEW contract. He tried to get out. You know Punk's going to get this guy a fucking job. And I mean, he's just like, whatever. I was at New Jersey doing signings and shit. Like, I'm not being booked. It's so crazy. It's so dirty how Tony Khan does these motherfuckers when all these sickos were like, release Free Ali and shit. Looks like Tony Khan wants a slice of the ECW pie, or maybe just a sliver. So again, man, WWE announced Wrestlepalooza, which we're going to talk about in a bit, and they put it up against AEW All Out Toronto. And it's funny because Tony Khan's like the biggest ECW mark ever. But again, Tony Khan moving in on like dancing around instead of being original. It's September to remember instead of November to remember. September to remember. And it'll likely, that's what they're going to call their AEW at the 2300 ECW arena. That's what they're going to call those shows, is September to remember, or that tour, right? And it's just so cringe because it's just playing off of fucking, it's just playing off of shit that like you had no hand in. I know you're a fan of it, but like be original, dude. Do your own shit. It's just all a parody of everything else, or like a cheap imitation of everything else. And it's unfortunate, man. So here's Dave Meltzer. Here's Dave Meltzer's son, Tony Khan. Well, we have Tony Khan cringe. Let's circle back to the Tony Khan cringe. But Matt Jackson says Hangman Page has become a bigger star than he ever expected. And I'm just like, bro, how? Like, what house is, like, is that a compliment? Because there's nothing. Is that supposed to be a compliment, bro? So, Copeland on the last Dynamite went into the fucking crowd and was talking to everybody. He's like, is there any hoes in this house, or whatever the fuck was going on?
Does Stokely have any chance in hell of getting you?
Is this a serious question?
Yes.
No, absolutely.
Stoke, you're not getting lucky tonight either, bud. Let's go.
Well, there's nothing wrong with being undersized in height, like short. I take offense to this. You know?
So nobody said there's hoes in this house. Oh, Alfred Cunha was like saying that is essentially what he's saying. Yeah, that's funny. It's just, I was making fun of that on Dynamite. I was like, dude, this sounds like it's a fucking stand-up comedy show. Like, what's going on here? So Mercedes Monet was on a sport Bible. Things got a bit wild as AEW's Mercedes Vernado tries a porno star Martinia for the first time. So let's check out Mercedes Monet.
My favorite. If anybody
My favorite.
knows me, I love mezcal, but I do love tequila.
I love a mezcala. Mia and Toru's drink it on my trailer. On my trailer. On it too.
So, salute. I'm back. And this is a what? Passion fruit.
It's a porn star martini.
A porn star martini.
We say corn star here on YouTube.
Yes. You ever had one before?
Martinia.
Never.
Never.
Ooh, that's lovely.
Ooh.
And I gotta choose? What's in this one?
Vanilla vodka, passion
Vanilla vodka.
fruit, and lime juice.
I feel like I need some tequila. You see. There you go, baby. Can I choose both?
Yeah, you can.
This is the drink you need. This combo with this. Oh my god.
What would you call it?
USK.
Okay.
You like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So moving along here, AEW Dynamite saw slight decreases in total viewership in the 18 to 49. However, the numbers were on the higher end. 690K viewers, down 3% from last week, 0.17. So again, just below the 700K. Collision bombed as well. They did 286K in viewership. Again, Dave loves to be like, that's all on streaming. But no, Dave, what's the excuse when the fluctuation is this large? But then they all come back. Oh, they just put on a great show. It popped a number. No, dude. There's just they're sort of at their fans. They might be growing maybe a bit. I don't even know though. Like, do the houses reflect that? I don't think so. Year over year, they're down. The houses tell you if you're fucking growing or not. Okay. No, it doesn't necessarily mean that. Yes, it does, bro. Yes, it fucking does. If Chris Angel does that Mind Freak show and no one's watching the shit, and then he's, selling out in fucking Vegas when his show's on top, and then now like his numbers are hurting with when Vegas, and he doesn't have that fucking show anymore and that shit's not popular. Like, yeah, I would say that it's related directly. So Gabe Kidd is here. We were just discussing it. Gabe Kidd is here on Dynamite, and that's quite odd. So he wasn't in the G1, but Gabe Kidd is here doing shit in AEW. So I don't understand. Well, I do understand. He's got dibs. So Gabe Kidd, like Tony Khan has dibs on Gabe Kidd.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
When his deal's up in New Japan, which is fucking so clownish. Oh, is he one of the guys in the 12-man cage match or what? I didn't realize there's 15 guys on the poster. It's like, all right, fucking who cares? We saw that match. We saw 18 guys in a cage when Joe and Moxley fought in a cage. 18 guys were involved. And now there's body bags and shenanigans and schmuzz. The show sucks every week, man. I try. So Copeland asked a fan what he thought of Big Stokely.
All right. I want to take a little poll. Hey, what do you think of Stokely?
Little poll. Like Stokely's. Oh, then grab his dick. Oh, go. A little poll. What did you just get out the shower? It's cold outside. Get me a coat. I'm dying over here.
Yo, he's short, he's bald, and gets no hose, baby.
Oh, man. To be fair, that was Stokely's own admission.
Yeah, he's been watching the show. Oh, Lord. All right. I want to.
Right on. Was that Ryan Satin? I couldn't tell. Oops, got rid of the clip. We'll just stick with it with Satin. How about that? So Wrestle Purists post this, that White Castle and AEW have launched a collaborative All Elite Feast kit for a limited time for $65. Dude, I want one of these. Included in the kit are 10 classic cheese sliders, 10 cheddar bacon cheese sliders, 1 7-ounce pouch with pickles, 2 gooey butter cakes. Gooey butter cakes. I'm just not even going to go there. What is that? Like, no. And 2 strawberry swirl cheesecakes. It also contains slider boxes and VIP coupons. Coupons is how I say it. I say it like this. Coupons. Good for up to 12 slide. I also say Tuesday. 12 sliders from a local freezer aisle and 2 pieces of exclusive AEW merchandise. So 2 pieces of merchandise that aren't selling. So they're like, here, or is it like kids' toys? Like, what are we talking about here? VIP coupons for up to 12 sliders from the freezer aisle. So it's like groceries, everything, man. I mean, for $65, that's a pretty good fucking deal, though. Everybody, of course, made the jokes like, oh, 10 classic cheese sliders. That's enough for an AEW neckbeard. And the 10 cheddar bacon cheese sliders is enough for their wife. Oh, everybody jumped on the like, yeah, they're fat. That's enough. That's not hardly enough food, da 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 da. So I'm not going to make those jokes, even though I just did them. Oh, is Joe back? Okay, well, they're trying, I guess. But yeah, that just all looks delicious. I want sliders now. Let's take a look here. Swerve Strickland had this to say on Big Gold Belt. He said, I really feel like over the last year, All Elite Wrestling, the marketing department, the social team, everything has just stepped up so much tenfold. Not just in the ring, not just the product you see on TV, not just the stories and the people, like the talent. I feel like everybody behind the scenes from top to bottom, the camera work, the production, everybody stepped up so much. I mean, I guess so. And then Awful says everything but the booking. So exclusive, dude. We'll circle back to that. So Thirsty Thurston is like, should know TBS and TNT's future is probably consolidation. WBD is already being split, which could accommodate that eventuality. By the end of AEW's current team, TBS and TNT could be under the same umbrella as Paramount or USA or some other WWE partner, which would be fucking hilarious if AEW got the shaft for WWE in the end, which could end up happening. Now, some people are like, why would you root for that? This is why, because you're assholes, and we have shit like this to kick off this fucking show. Every show, it's the same shit. People are tired of it, man. We want it to be goddamn good. That's all. And it's just, I don't know, so much wasted opportunity in the short, not even short. It's been 6 long years of AEW, it feels like. Taz reveals he will be missing AEW and Forbidden Door. He's like, I'll be off this week. A combo of doctor's appointments, some imaging tests on a couple of future surgeries, some R&R, and most importantly, my new knee does not cooperate well with very long flights at the moment. Yeah, rest up, Taz. You and JR. JR shouldn't even be out there. Rest up. And we'll see you on the flip side. So Raj Giri responds to Cultaholic, who posts this shit here about WWE are going so heavy on counter-programming AEW because they want to put Tony Khan's promotion out of business by the time AEW's current TV deal with WBD is up for renewal, according to a new report. I think it's deeper than that. I think Triple H wants to buy AEW and absorb it one day, the way Vince did, and claim, like, to WCW and ECW and shit, and claim it as his first victim. Maybe that's going too hard in the paint and too deep, but I just think that's why we've seen this ramped up so much, and I just think they enjoy kicking them around too. At no point is AEW a real threat with the booking. That's the problem. It's so funny too, because this isn't a money thing. There's nothing to this other than Tony Khan needs to get the fuck out of the way creatively and let other people operate this shit. And he needs to just like dabble in with some of the creative and shit, and just be, if he really must, and just be like, hey, this is what I'm thinking. I want to get here. How do we get here? I want to do this and this and this and this and this. But he's not thinking that far ahead. He's just booking shit the week of, man. And so it's just never going to happen. And it's so funny. Like, they have everything they need to where they could legit, AEW could be tying up with WWE. And maybe it's slow and steady. Like maybe Tony is like, no, dude, we're seeing success and we're growing, and he's just buying into that notion. And he's just like, we'll catch them eventually, and maybe they do eventually. I doubt it at the rate WWE's going in these last few years of growth, while AEW seemingly had years of decline that they're claiming are growth. I don't know. Even like scooping up all the free agents, like Tony's not just doing that all the time now, like just scooping everyone up. They're even talking about like, well, Tony's not just going to spend money on these guys. Well, why is that? I feel like everything they've done has been smaller scale. The pay-per-view, fucking, they're going to residencies. The pay-per-views don't look different or don't have cool stages anymore. It's a fucking drag, man. So Raj Geary says this makes no sense. They know that AEW's Golden Goose is their TV deal. If they were really, and this is what I agree with as well. Okay, this is what Raj makes sense with. Okay, he says they know that AEW's Golden Goose is their TV deal. If they were really trying to put AEW out of business, wouldn't they be putting one of their shows head to head with Dynamite? Exactly. Why aren't they doing that? Because, well, no, here's the thing. You don't just like go, you don't just say everyone storm the line and just start, close your eyes and start swinging. WWE's just sticking and moving, bro. They're just jabbing. Okay. Yeah, we'll do a show. We'll make a whole show head to head. First, it was just like, oh, our show goes head to head. Oh, well. Oh, our show happens to go head to head. Okay, we'll put our legends on there. Oh, okay. Now we'll do a PLE weekend. We'll add a PLE because our PLE is the night before because we can. Okay, now we'll just add a PLE on the same day as your pay-per-view. Da-da-da-da-da. They're just like sticking and moving right now, feeling their opponent out. You know, you don't just like go in for the kill, right? Michael Myers doesn't just stab a bitch unless you're like an old lady in her house, right? Then he might just walk in your kitchen and stab you. But even then, he stalks his prey a little bit, right? So that's what it is. And but Raj does make sense. Like they could just go right after the TV deal, like the TV head to head, and go after the numbers. But it's all strategic, and TNA is a part of it for sure. But they're also not just going to sacrifice the momentum TNA built by putting that shit on Wednesday either. And everybody blew that fucking dumbass story out of proportion because they're dumbasses. Like, they're fucking Edge's pyro didn't even go off. God damn it. Oh my God, man. What is this show? So, yeah. What is Raj saying here? Nick Khan is a strategic businessman, and I think what's happening is that with the big deals UFC and WWE were offered for their pay-per-views, PLEs this year, he wants to hurt AEW's pay-per-view side so they don't get a big separate rights deal for those. This is just speculation, but they have only been targeting their pay-per-views, and it started this year. Right, because their pay-per-view numbers, like let's say Dave's reporting of them is accurate and they are going up and they are growing and shit, which I just don't believe, then that is something that does harm and take away from AEW. It does, going after, because what does everybody say about Tony? It's like to bust his ego. Oh man, AEW pay-per-views. Like, man, if you don't watch the show, that's one thing, but like, man, Tony knows how to book pay-per-views. This card is stacked. Oh, this card's more stacked than this WWE PLE. So what did they do, man? They went with Lesnar and the Naomi cash-in, and they went with the shock and awe factor of just fucking stealing headlines. And by the way, I have a conspiracy theory that I think they may have possibly known about, well, whatever. WWE may have known Naomi was pregnant and did maths and maybe talked to health people and were like, well, okay, does she have 6 weeks or whatever? You know what I mean? Like, how, so she can go for like a month? Can we strap her up? Because I don't think Naomi's ever going to, that's, I think, a cherry on her fucking career, guys. She might come and lose one time down the line. We'll talk about this more in WWE news, but I just don't, I don't see her ever having a run like that again. I'm sorry. So shout her out. And I called that one again. If you guys listen to PWT, we're 40 fucking steps ahead on that one. But either way, back to AEW here with the TV, it's like what AEW has, why they're going after the pay-per-views and PLEs first, because they will go after the TV, but why they're going after it first and why they put Evolve on Wednesdays at the same time as Dynamite on YouTube is because they know that AEW's fan base is largely online. They looked at the numbers. They've looked at the trends like we all do, like we all have. And I'm sure they look at these illegal sites too, just to see like what are the numbers like and how, you know, and they see that AEWs tend to skew fucking pretty high, you know, comparatively to WWE. And that's not a coincidence. We had JD from NY's co-host Chi-Town Smark. He's like, dude, I don't pay for anything. Like people just send me links and logins to their shit. And it's like, whoa, man, the fuck? And you cry this hard about, like, why do you give a shit then on these pay-per-views? Not saying everyone's got to buy every fucking pay-per-view. And I get it if like you're like, dude, I want to watch AEW, but I can't justify paying $50 for this. I'm not against that. I'm not a fucking angel. I haven't bought every UFC ever. I'll admit it, right? The pirate ship is fucking there. Like, we all fucking can be honest about that. I'm not like condemning that. I'm just saying that when he's like, I don't pay for nothing at all and like, fuck it, then it's like, why do you even care about, you know? So it's weird. But the reason they're going after the PLEs is because their presence is largely online. And if they can steal the internet hype buzz away with like Brock Lesnar's back, everyone's talking about WWE. No one cares about Hangman 2 days after it happened. No one cares about this Hangman title run. No one gives a fuck. No one cares. Who's he wrestling at Forbidden Door, dude? No one gives a shit. So I just, and then like Moxley and them are just moved on from the title and shit. It's just so stupid. And we called it. We're like, the title doesn't mean anything to Moxley. So he's just going to continue doing what he's doing. Like, that's fucking stupid. You know, there should have been building up to some sort of like where when the bloodline ended, we all just accepted it, but they could transition into Solo's jealous of Roman. Solo's jealous of Roman and talking shit. So then when Roman comes back, we're like, oh, fuck. They didn't martyr Moxley where like his boys turn on him or anything like that. They didn't do fucking anything with it. And it's just more of the same. So anyways, Raj says, so they're trying to prevent AEW from getting a separate deal for their pay-per-views when the time comes. Seems like it to me, but they're trying to put them out of business again. If they were, they'd target counter-program Dynamite. They're just trying to hit Tony where it hurts. That's why they're doing the WrestlePalooza thing. That's why they are stealing, because Tony gets the hype for, he books these crazy pay-per-views. So if they can steal that hype away from him, that hurts him. That hurts his soul. That's why it's petty. The pettiness knows no bounds. And that's why you guys come to PWT. The P is for petty. And the P is for psychological breakdown, which is what I do here at PWT. And no one's breaking it down like that, man. It's just, this is where it hurts Tony's soul. You know, fuck. They're not talking about how great my pay-per-view is booked. They're like, holy shit, what's going to happen at this WWE show? Then they'll swoop in. And with the YouTube thing, they're like, okay, we'll scrape a bit of these online viewers on Wednesdays. They'll watch Evolve. And then we go from there, you know? And I'm sure that's like a bit of it. I'm sure that's not like the whole mentality behind it, but I'm sure they've discussed, well, sure. I mean, if there's floaters online, there's a lot of people who are like, yeah, I watch AEW just on YouTube and shit. Like, I won't go out of their pay-per-views are banging, but whatever. So if they can steal that away, like, damn, dude, these WWE PLEs, the first one on ESPN, you can't miss it, bro. Cuervo's going to be there. If that's the hype they get, hey, man, it's a W. MJF unmasked Mystico and hit him with a tombstone pile driver at CMLL. What is it? Viernes Espectacular.
Campeón del mundo, MJF.
Otra vez.
¿Cuántos lleva?
2. Ya lo hizo.
Y esto, no, eso sí.
Qué humillación, qué humillación sobre el estandarte, sobre el rey de plata y oro.
Los fanáticos, ve nada más cómo lo tiene. No. Cuidado, Martinete, no. Aquí no. Lo puede lesionar a Místico, no.
Listen, with the Naomi thing, so look, he puts on his mask. The crowd goes insane. I mean, good for MJF. He's getting a lot of heat in Mexico. I'm fucking down with it.
No.
¿Qué acabamos de ver?
And then it's like not even a clever promo to get heat or anything. He just goes, fuck Mexico, fuck all of you. It's like, that's hack, bro. That's the little dick stuff. Huh? Fat guy. Huh? Gaylord. Huh? Swirly. Am I right, guys? It's like middle schooler shit. It's a pickle. A pickle's like a dick. Am I right, guys? Haha. It's just fucking, I don't know. I just think it's cringy. But he's just like, fuck you guys. Okay. With the Naomi thing, though, guys, she talked about it. Like that she wanted to have kids and she wanted to have a lot of kids and the clock was ticking. We covered it on the show. When women start talking like that, and I know from experience, it's called baby fever, chat. Okay. I don't know. Guys, it's happening, you know, they're trying. Trust me. They're trying. It's always unexpected when a pregnancy fucking happens. But for your next AEW segment, looks like another disgruntled AEW employee. Thank you, Jefferson Jr. Let's analyze this. John Silver at Silver number 1 says, despite not being on AEW TV yet this year, brutal. This is the number 1 top selling shirt on Shop AEW this week. That's fucking brutal. Now, I'll be honest, that's a nicer shirt than a lot of the other shirts they've had in the history of this company. I won't lie. That's actually, if WWE had a group called Dark Order and dropped that same shirt, I would not laugh at it. I'd be like, well, it's all right. I don't know if I'd buy it, but it's like, that's actually okay merch. So I think they got a new merch guy or gal, and that's actually been working out for them. It's less AI shit. But he's like, thanks to all the fans, and go buy one if you haven't. How bad is AEW Shop? How bad is their fucking website if that's the top selling shirt? They're making no money. It's all Pro Wrestle Tees, man. So Cristiano Ferreira says, we'll buy one if they have it on the merch stands for Dynamite tomorrow. Silver says they won't. Jesus fucking Christ. So they don't even go on their website and go, well, the number 1 selling shirt is this one. Let's have it at the shows. There's no one doing that. Well, we don't sell enough on our site to qualify doing that. That's the only excuse or explanation you could give for that, where I would go, okay, makes sense. Right? Because you don't want to be sitting on boxes of shit that ain't selling and lugging them around, especially. So them doing that, I think, is a good move. But at the same token, you would think they'd be scouting this shit out. And so moving along here, as Luchasaurus returns, or Killswitch, I don't know what they're calling him, but it's going to be Nick Wayne and Killswitch versus Christian Cage and Edge. Which, again, is this the move? Or are there other teams? Could we be seeing Edge and Christian versus Hurt Business for the World Tag Titles in like a long-term feud or something? But I guess there needs to be a payoff for the Nick Wayne stuff, and then Kip Sabian's here. It would have been better if Luchasaurus just came back with Jack Perry, in my opinion. Okay, guys? So the pride of professional wrestling, again, Anthony Bowens. He attended the Harold and Carol Pump Foundation 25th Anniversary Celebrity Dinner. The event honored several members, including Barry Bonds, for contributions and raising funds to cure cancer. And he's out here, bro. He's fucking out here. Okay, Cedric the Entertainer. We got Shaquille O'Neal. Right? We got everybody out here. Magic, I think, was there. So shout him out. He's there where the celebrities are at. Like, he's really doing the damn thing. They should push him more on TV. Like, what would it hurt to actually give him something of substance? So Raj Desi, formerly WWE star Jinder Mahal, was asked by TMZ's Inside the Ring if he's open to going to AEW. He says, I would have to see if the business makes sense. What's the storyline? Is there a plan for me, or am I just coming to do nothing? Whatever I do, I want to do something next level. I don't want to just coast anymore. Yeah, true that, dude. Tony Khan They're never going to have that, Raj. They're never going to have something that makes sense in AEW. Tony Khan was asked which wrestler in their prime from any era he would sign to AEW, and he says, Steve Austin. If you could get Steve Austin in the 90s and just have Steve Austin for the decade of the 90s, he's the greatest ever. If I had ever been fortunate enough to work with any iteration of Steve Austin, particularly in the 90s or early 2000s, I would count myself very fortunate. Yeah, dude, you fucking better. TMZ Inside the Ring? Is that what that shit's called? I'm going to give him a follow. And then John Cena's all over the commercials for fucking for this whole Dynamite, right? So that's pretty funny. Anyways, moving along here. We would all love Stone Cold. I bet you would love Stone Cold to be on your show. So AEW Collision scored its lowest 18-49 rating and third lowest audience show in history on Saturday. Well, they were all on Max. Okay, they're all back. 100,000 come back next week, Dave. What's the excuse? Collision averaged 286K viewers, down 32% from the last week. And they were down 25% in the fucking key demo, or the 18-49. It's not even the key demo. Year over year, Collision's down 30%, and the 18-49 is down 54%. Holy fuck. Kota Ibushi has revealed that he has signed a new 2-year contract with AEW. Holy shit.
Fucking Mark!
Bro. Kota Ibushi. Come on down. 2 years to do what? Rehab his body? It's not even like WWE's looking to scoop this guy. Jesus Christ. Like, I'm glad he's making money. I like Ibushi, especially from back in the day. But he beat himself up so badly. A new 2-year deal. Are you fucking kidding me? And that means too. So that's the thing. Tony was trying to lock everybody up for these long-term deals, but now that that's sort of passed and everyone's been like, fuck, I want out of these things. Now is he just back giving everyone 2-year deals and shit like that? I'll find out. I will actually find out and bring that to the fucking show if that's what he's doing. No dirt sheet. So Hologram is undefeated and has not received a title shot, which is fine. He doesn't need to get a title shot. But listen, man, Hologram, Tony Khan owns the IP. His matches are fun. He does have a streak going. Why not start expanding upon that on Dynamite every week? Have him go out there and have a quick little banger, 205 Live style, a 6-minute quick, build him up. Fans get behind Hologram. He's giving little kids masks, all that shit. You don't do anything crazy. He doesn't get jumped, nothing like that. He just shows up on Dynamite, gets a win. You put over this winning streak. People try to, I want Hologram for an interview. You can't get him for an interview. He's all mysterious and shit. Maybe you put the TNT title on him then. Not a Ring of Honor one or any of this dumb shit. The TNT title. You build it up and then you have someone snap his streak like someone debuting or someone, he does get to the world title match and it's like TNT champion earned a world title match on a episode of fucking Dynamite or something, but then he finally loses his streak, and you give that to like whoever your next world champion. You don't need to give it to Hangman, but someone you're trying to build up like beats his streak. Whatever the fuck. I don't know. There's something there, dude. There's something there. And Tony's going to fumble it. Like, it's right there, Just start doing it on Dynamite now. He won't for some reason. So as we move along here and we talk about the online fans watching AEW on YouTube, Zilla Fatu in 2 days, his interview with Giga Chad Chris Van Vliet got 181K views. 5 months ago, Will Ospreay, Bruvs, with Giga Chad Chris Van Vliet, got 121K views. Now, I would love 100K views, but What the fuck, man? This is like a guy on millions of dollars over whatever amount of years he's there. And he's getting 121K views when he's even talking about all this Triple H drama and shit in this interview. Zilla Fatu shows up and him talking about Rikishi in 2 days does more than 60K. Like, if that's not an indicator, Zilla Fatu's more popular than your top fucking guy, dude. So I want to hear Dave talking about this TNA streaming numbers being in the 500,000s too, or else shut the fuck up. Like, it's madness. Will Ospreay can't even get 500,000 views on a fucking interview, dude. Let alone, like, Hogan's thing got over 1 million. So AEW Rev Tracker, I'm going to check in with chat in a second here. AEW Rev Tracker says, when promoting your global event schedule or having a third party do it for you, remember to have more than one international show on the graphic. If it speaks to a larger problem, the percent of international shows is minute instead of weeks in Philly tour where tickets are selling. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, it's just a little global event schedule. We're in Philly and shit. No, dumbass. Just announce like AEW. I don't know who put this together. Okay, but yeah, dude, AEW. No, I don't think this is officially AEW. This might come from some other news source. So just some Mark made this graphic. Yeah, just 101, I guess. Marketing 101 or whatever. You make one for the European shit, and then you make one for the American shit. You don't just glom them all together. Shout out Rev Tracker for sort of pointing that out. Cody Rhodes says a huge chapter of his story is locked behind a wall. And he says, I would love to write a book, but an entire huge chapter is locked behind a wall. And everybody got mad at me when I'm like, Cody Rhodes and shit ain't going to be in this fucking AEW book they're putting out. How do you know you haven't even read it? Blah, blah, blah. You motherfuckers are just going to cop out and not call AEW out for changing its fucking history the way WWE does it. And we call it out all the fucking time. And they did it in the past. And you guys won't keep the same energy for this dumb book or that AEW fucking show that, what is it called? The one from the 10 minutes from Tony Khan, All Access, right? They changed their history during that shit as well. They don't bring up Punk at all. They just pretend it's like a feud with the Death Triangle, why they had to vacate the titles and all this shit. They don't talk about the controversy. They're just like, oh, there's so much drama going on here. And they completely fabricate their history for that. And then Cody Rhodes isn't included in that book. You think his side of the story is going to be featured in that fucking AEW book, or are they just going to use quotes from him at the time, which is what they'll do. And then people will come back to my tweet and go, see, he is in the book. And then I'm going to have to tell these full-blown redacts, these restarts, buddy, that's a quote from like 2019 or whatever. So yeah, that's what's going to happen. I'm already predicting it now. But either way, though, Cody Rhodes says, everything I say these days when it comes to AEW is somehow I'm rewriting history. I'm remembering it wrong, even though the receipts are literally on social media. It hurts my heart because I'd love to tell the story. I just have to wait for somebody else to tell the story, and hopefully they include me in it. No, you're going to write a tell-all book when you fucking retire one day. But yeah, dude, they're just going to diminish his contributions, and they're going to talk about that how they're going to be like, oh, losing Cody Rhodes was like a big deal for us and we knew but then they're going to talk about like once that chapter closed, it was we brought back the feeling and shit. I know that's what's going to happen in that goofy book. Hangman Page versus MJF for the AEW World Championship has been confirmed for Forbidden Door. So like that's a solid match, but no one fucking cares. MJF's in all these stop-start fucking little mini feuds. And then like they're just shoehorning this in, so we know MJF's not going to fucking win. Or he should. If he does, I'll be happy, but he's not gonna. And then Hangman, like, just no one cares. Like, there's just the hype over that shit was over the next day. So Tony Khan, we'll talk about him in a bit. But just announced another announcement. AEW TBS champion Mercedes Moné will compete in a title versus title match against Emerson Jane at Rev Pro's Global Wars UK show in London this Friday. Moné will put her Rev Pro Undisputed Women's Championship on the line. So that's actually 2 belts, as we've covered on the show. I believe the Rev Pro Undisputed British Women's Championship is the Rev Pro Women's title and the whatever the fuck British Women's Championship or whatever. When you hold those both, you're the undisputed whatever the fuck champion, okay? I believe. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong on that. And then Jane's Discovery Wrestling Scottish Women's Championship will also be up for grabs. So there you go, man. You know Monet's going to get a Scottish belt. I'm a Scottish now. Hey, Drew, can I be in a Highlander movie with Henry Cavill? I'm going to form a faction with Drew McIntyre. AEW Dynamite, 690K. NXT, 728K. So they just got spanked again. AEW's Beast Mortis threatened legal action, allegedly, on social media after the Taurus appeared on the AAA show. And he didn't actually do that. He was just making a fucking Twitter joke. So he didn't threaten a lawsuit, a lol suit. Like, that's fucking too egregious, Ringside News. But that's what they do. They're the fucking National Enquirer of, dirt sheets. But we broke it down on the show. I guess we looked it up while we were watching AAA. Like, Taurus comes out, and I'm like, what the fuck? Is that Black Taurus or whatever? Like, or the Beast Mortis? And so AAA owned the Taurus thing. So Taurus was Taurus in AEW and in TNA and in AAA and shit before. But now that WWE owns it, they just gave another guy who's like kind of short and stocky the Taurus moniker, and then Black Mortis or Beast Mortis or whatever the fuck his name is what his name is in AEW. And then he put a tweet out like, oh, I'm getting the lawyers ready or the affidavits ready right now or whatever. People are like, what the fuck? And, Ringside News ran with this. You're going to sue them, or is this a joke? People got butthurt and triggered by it. He's clearly joking. But then he pulled a dumbass, and Mortis goes, oh, man, I was just kidding about that. You fucked up! You fucked up! You fucked up! It was about a fucking woman who got domestically assaulted in Minecraft. I don't know. In Roblox. Roblox getting away with a lot of shit. In Roblox. YouTube, how about that? DA'd or whatever. And it's actually some woman in a domestic thing or that I'm helping. And it's like, idiot. Well, that's just worse, because now it's like you're making a joke about at the expense of this lady's DV case that is inside to only you. So that's like a weird, gross, cringe thing. I think you're lying, and I think you're just backpedaling now because people didn't bite on your joke, which all you do is just tell people, I'm fucking kidding. It's Twitter. I write rawr in all my tweets because that's what he does. Like, get the fuck out of here. Who cares? I make cringy TikToks with Mercedes Moné. Who gives a shit? I'm just joking. So I don't know, man. People blew it out of proportion. And then he just fucked it up by like backing down and being like, no, I'm just kidding. I was just joking about this really serious thing that I'm working on. This case I'm working on. Right? So Tony Khan and Grado were together ahead of tonight's show in Glasgow. Grado got to have a match in the ROH pre-show taping. Speaking of that book, one lucky winner will receive an AEW All Elite Experience VIP package for 2, which includes priority entry and seating, ringside photos, photo op with an AEW star. And what does that mean? Here's just like, here's fucking just someone on Tony Nese. Like, what does that mean? It could be anybody. VIP reception and souvenirs, tickets to a Dynamite or Collision taping of choice in the U.S. And then this book or whatever. This book they're fucking shilling, which Jericho's on the front and center. He's leaning into leaving this company. So the Beast Mortis says, I'm actually working on a real case about a woman who suffered physical violence in her marriage. But it's funny to know that they linked it to the character. No, that's not funny, bro. That's the thing. That's not funny. You made it about something. You fucking mark. You're trying to backtrack, and now it's like, well, so you were just inside joking to yourself about a woman who was beat up in her marriage. Is that what you mean to tell me? A little off there. So I knew it. AEW gives away free floor seats to Dynamite and Collision in Glasgow or whatever the fuck. Yeah, guys, this is nothing new. Even WWE does it. So this isn't, but they will pad their houses. Like AEW will pad the shit out of their houses. More so than WWE will, especially on the pay-per-views. So AR Gold posted, Tony Khan says the biggest misconception of AEW right now is that it doesn't tell stories. There's a lot of good storytelling in AEW. So this is what Tony Khan has to say. I think we covered this before, but we'll cover it again. Here's the problem. Just because there's a story, when people say, this is the problem with these dumb fucks, they don't understand the common, it's like they don't share the commonality of language with everybody else. And so when you say something, these messages don't convey properly to them, or they're not received properly by them because they don't understand, like they're illiterate or something. I don't get it. So yes, just because there's storytelling happening doesn't mean it's a good story. So listen, Edge and Christian getting together, yes, this is a story, and it has been building for a while, and it is a story. When people say no story, they don't mean like there's literally no story. They mean there's no story. It's nothing of substance. There's nothing there. It's a nothing burger. That's what they mean. You guys are like, I don't understand how you don't grasp that concept. And it's like, with the Christian Edge thing, could that have been booked 10 billion times better, their reunion? Abso-fucking-lutely. Have there been storylines that banged in AEW? Yeah, especially early on. Especially when Punk came back for a bit. There were some slappers. Just because there's stories going on, it doesn't automatically make them good or make the criticism of there's no stories invalid. We don't mean literally no, they don't exist, stupid. We mean no, there's nothing of substance. It's an expression, right? It's a fucking expression. Jesus Christ.
Now what would you say right now is like the biggest misconception of AEW?
I think the stories in AEW have been as strong as ever. The wrestling, people will say AEW is great. I think a lot of people would concede the action in wrestling, the athletic action is absolutely fantastic. Everyone agrees. And also, if you haven't seen the show lately, or if you're just listening to a false narrative, and you can tell me honestly whether you agree with this or not, Josh, I think the stories in AEW have been fantastic this year.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been talking a long time about some of the great stories in AEW. And you even just said how fantastic you thought some of the storytelling around Jon Moxley's World Championship reign has been. People even question that aspect of it. And I think that was proven right. But then certainly whether you love them or not, nobody can question there's a lot of storytelling in AEW. I think it's fantastic. And a lot of the fans who actually pay attention to it think it's great. But there will be people, tell me if you agree with this or not, there's people that would say that there's a lack, and I don't agree with this, I think it's untrue, of stories in AEW. I don't think that's true at all. And
there's people that would say the fucking earth is flat, Tony Khan. Like, what
The
are
best
you
guys, Tony
getting
Khan.
at? We could play that all day. There's people that say Hitler was a good guy, okay? Like, people say a lot of shit that's dumb and doesn't make any fucking sense.
It's really, I think, not only a misconception, but a falsehood that people spread.
I think
people say a lot of shit that's right too, Tony, and the fact that there's a lack of stories. I don't know if we're saying there's no story. We mean like, no, there's nothing of substance, bro.
Now what would you say right now is
like any other TV show would have gotten canceled by now. We've already sort of dove into the well, here, let's get through this here. So Paul Ellering interested in managing his daughter Rachel Ellering in AEW. That would be cool. I'd be down with that. So WrestlePalooza and AEW All Out. We'll talk more about WrestlePalooza in a bit. They'll be going head-to-head next month. This marks the first time that an AEW pay-per-view will go up against an WWE pay-per-view. And I don't know if this is technically a WWE pay-per-view, though. Like, they're trying to chalk it up. You have to pay to see it. But a lot of this ESPN shit has been hashed out. We'll talk about it in a bit. Beast Mortis, yeah, this is him saying, preparing the lawsuit. See you in court. Rawr. He always does this rawr shit. Like, he's obviously kidding. Speaking of Grado debuting in AEW, Isla Dawn is officially in AEW. Makes her debut against Megan Bayne on the Collision taping. She for sure is losing it, which is the right thing to do. And this doesn't mean she's signed. She's just in AEW doing a spot now. She got to keep her same name. And Tony did the right thing by having her lose, but they could have did this on TV, I think. So pretty good reception. Good for her, man. She should get a push in TNA or AEW. The Beast Mortis says, well, getting paid every week for doing nothing doesn't make me this sad. And so Beast Mortis flat out says, I get paid every week for doing nothing. When someone said to him, like, look at what they said to him, talking about Tony wasting money, preparing the lawsuit, see you in court. Will Tony ever book you? So Tony doesn't book you, so does it matter? Getting paid every week to do nothing doesn't make me that sad. Which, I mean, it wouldn't make me sad either, but fuck, man, like Tony.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
What's going on over there? Checking in with chat real quick. We're almost done this chunk. I accidentally dove into that one Tony Cringe clip a moment too early, but we have Tony Cringe coming up here. Lance Storm on Mercedes Moné holding so many championships, though. We talked about it. She's about to win a Scottish belt. And he says, I think there's a younger generation that just thinks more belts, more belts, more belts. Everything's great. She's got 27 belts. Boom. You nailed it. He nailed it. But I think there's people like you and I who belts are supposed to be prestigious, and an AEW championship or a Ring of Honor championship has a degree of prestige. But if you've never heard of the promotion, never heard of the belt, never heard of the woman she defeated, then it just starts delving into comedy. Exactly, bro. Exactly. And you know what they say, Lance Storm? You know what they say, dude.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
And he says, or at least there's lesser belts bringing down the ones that are supposed to be important. If you can't actually name the belt, it's like, what do they mean? But I think there is a younger generation of fans that just think more belts, the better. If a company has 57 belts, that's awesome because 57 people get to have belts. That's what a lot of these WWE wacko redacts do too, where they're like, man, fucking Frazier, or like, you guys slept on Andrade, let this man cook, should be world champion. In their minds, everyone should be the world champion at some point, and everyone should get a run, and everyone should be, it's like, not everyone can do that. You know, you have to bring guys in who are like Shelton Benjamins. We look at him as he's one of the athletically one of the best, you know, and he was so buttery smooth in there at his peak. But he doesn't need to be world champion. Not everybody. Sami Zayn doesn't ever need to be a world fucking champion. Okay. He doesn't need it to fucking round out his career. It'd be nice. He doesn't fucking need it though. So Warner Bros. Discovery shuts down 4 cable TV channels. Okay. The HBO Family, Thriller Max, Movie Max, and Outer Max. The decision underscores WBD's aggressive pivot towards its streaming platform Max as cable TV continues to lose ground on demand services. This marks a significant moment in the ongoing evolution of the entertainment landscape, with HBO signaling a clear focus on its digital future. So yeah, man. Hopefully AEW lands somewhere. I'm sure it'll be fine, but and as long as they have 500,000 people watching their show live at a time, I think they'll keep them on TBS or TNT or whatever. But Collision will be gone sooner than later. I'm willing to bet money that it goes exclusively to streaming in this middle 2026 shit. ESPN has officially removed the AEW tab whenever their TV deal is up. ESPN has officially removed the AEW tab when searching pro wrestling on the official website. So there's no longer an AEW tab because they are in the WWE business. That is fucking brutality. Speaking of brutality, we have some news, but let me check in with chat. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for $5. Guys, get your super chats in now if you'd like to. If you're watching, there's well over 300 watching across X and YouTube. YouTube.com/@ Pro Wrestle Clips. Come and vote in the poll. Do you think Jericho will come over to WWE this year? And hit like, hit subscribe. Consider becoming a member. You get access to bonus shows. You can gift a membership. And yeah, leave a comment. Come chat it up in chat and all that good shit. Appreciate all your guys' support. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for $5 says AEW is playing stupid games. I'm just waiting for them to get stupid prizes. Well, they did, dude. They got the stupid prizes with the whole head-to-head pay-per-view versus pay-per-view shit. Like, people, if to me, my knowledge, we're about to get into WWE news here after this Tony Khan bit, but to my knowledge, the ESPN shit is just like on Netflix and stuff for me still. So I don't know about all that, but if I had to choose, like, okay, I got to buy this first ever Wrestlepalooza on ESPN, whatever the fuck, or buy this Forbidden Door pay-per-view with this 10-man cage match, I know what I'm paying for. That's all I'm saying. All this Hitler slander got me heated. Jesus Christ. Those numbers are pumped. Canada is an idea, and you can't kill an idea. FTR's fallen so far. Phil, do you know this next guy that Jake Paul is going to fight, Tank Davis? Yeah, of course I know him. He stands at like 5'5". Jake, I think, is around the 6 foot mark, right? What's Logan Paul at? 6'1", 6'2"? Let's say Jake is around 6 feet, 5'11". I don't know. It's just so cringy that he fucking, and he weighs like so much more than this dude, man. Second match. What's the main event? This is only the second match. Yeah, dude. Let's see here. Okay. They were friends and they weren't friends. Time Cop. Okay, let's scroll on down here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get back into the Tony Khan stuff here. Where's my Tony Khan?
The best guys, Tony Khan.
So, Ace Austin, which we're going to go over here to TNA news for 1 second. TNA news and AEW news are overlapping here a little bit today, which is totally fine because that's how we do shit here at PWT. So I will hit a banjo, although it's just like a sub segment. But Ace Austin's deal with TNA was up earlier this year, and the company was hopeful to retain him, but they couldn't agree on financial terms after negotiating. The AEW deal is multi-year in length. Chris Bay's TNA contract would have been up if not for his unfortunate accident in the ring. Are they really going to freeze his shit? TNA sources indicate that Chris Bay's deal was nearing its end, but that he is still considered with the company and is being paid under the terms of his deal. So, okay, they're just like, bro, your shit's frozen, but we're going to pay you through all of this and take care of you. So that's awesome. Shout out TNA for that. So we head back over to AEW news, and Ace Austin signs and gets the graphic. Like, he's all elite officially. And that's a great, unless this at Wrestling Covers made this one. If they made that themselves, then that's fucked. Right? But he cuts this like vignette promo thing backstage. We're going to look at that. Ace Austin. Yeah. So I guess Tony Khan confirmed he's all elite. So this is a great young prospect. If they book him correctly, I mean, he could be their next Kyle Fletcher, one of these guys they could really bank on. I thought for sure Ace Austin was going to go to WWE. Tony probably offered him a lot of money because he's for certainly a mark for Ace and Bay. And there are some stories to tell there with the ABCs. Like Ace and Bay kept the Bullet Club shit alive longer than I think most people think it should have been. But they managed to make it work by making it their own thing with the ABCs. And I'm a big Ace Austin fan. So, hey, man, I hope he's getting paid in the shade. And he'll eventually make his way to WWE one day, I'm sure. And hopefully he can be a part of a new wave of guys who do good things for AEW. You know, I can only hope for the best. And so Tony Khan is here announcing to the public that he is all elite. We have a couple different angles, folks. And this is our Tony Khan Cringe segment.
Okay, I have a question for you. Ace Austin, would you like to be all elite?
Imagine if he didn't know beforehand and he's like, Tony. It's like when those girls get proposed to in public and they're like, no, not right now. Tony, I'm seeing someone else. Look how he's standing there. Do you want to go to prom with me? Look how he's standing. Hi. He's about to like do the thing where he rocks forward onto his tippy toes. They hug. He lifts one leg in the air.
I've been really good for a long time, but really good isn't good enough. Exceptional isn't good enough. I think I want to be elite.
I have a question for you. Ace Austin, would you like to be all elite?
Sorry, I just wanted to see his little pose. His little fucking, I'm just waiting for the school bus. You know? You gotta love it. I'm surprised he didn't like full-blown hug him. They just shook hands. Way more professional, Tony. He like hugs him. He swings him around. So here's Tony Khan out there in front of the crowd. I don't know if he's introducing Ace Austin or if this was earlier in the night or whatever, but I think this is the same show.
Come back again.
It was after the show. After the show, pardon me.
Year after year, we bring all the big AEW shows here. We've had so many great AEW events here. I absolutely love Cleveland. And right now, that's right, I do. And right now, moments from now, we've got some of the greatest wrestlers in the world in the back. And they haven't even been out here yet. They want to come out here and wrestle right now on ROH.
See, this is what he does, man. Yeah, so he comes out and he thinks like him talking is going to keep people in the building when they think the show's over. Then he's like, ROH. And then a bunch of people are like, what? I've seen it with my own eyes, goddammit. They're just all like, what the fuck?
I'm talking some of the best wrestlers on the planet getting warmed up to come out here and wrestle for you in Cleveland right here, right now, tonight. We're almost ready to get going. But I got to say, one thing I know about Cleveland, you are probably the greatest sports fans in the world. That's right? Right? So I got to ask you, Cleveland, since you're some of the greatest sports fans in the world.
Jesus Christ. He says that to every city. He goes, Pittsburgh! I'm pretty sure Pittsburgh's one of the great sports in Bosstown. Am I right? So AEW is getting beat by the Performance Center week after week, and Tony Clueless Khan can't keep his mouth shut.
Special commentator. Before I do, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have a performance center in AEW. This is the Performance Center. Special commentator.
Yeah, that's the fucking problem. Still bringing up WWE. We don't have a performance center. That's why fucking Blue Sky is doing Sky Blue's doing fucking her move on the outside of the ring and looking like a dork because we can't properly fucking train anybody. So Ace Austin tells Alicia about this. He gets confronted, I think, by Stinkashay.
Ace Austin, I saw you here backstage at AEW, so I had to pull you aside for a little chat. What are you doing here?
Well, when I heard that All Elite Wrestling was coming to Cincinnati, Ohio, I thought, hell, that's practically my backyard. So I might as well come by and say hello to some old friends. And let's be honest, Alicia, I am indeed a free agent. And so maybe while I'm here, I thought I'd like to find out why they say that AEW is where the best wrestle.
Look, guys, it's Ace Austin. It's Ace Austin. And look, I'll give you one compliment. You must be doing something right because I know who you are. I know where you came from, and I know everything that you're capable of. And it's great that you say you want to test yourself against the best, right? Well, look no further because the best is standing right in front of you. And it's great you say, he says he's a free agent. He says he's available. He's a free agent. That's great. That's great. How about this? How about you show up this Saturday on Collision where the only thing free is his ass whipping you gonna get.
Didn't he lose to Ricochet as well in his debut or something like that? Fucking terrible. So Tony Khan says he's never particularly, or this is according to Fightful, so this could all be a lie. Tony Khan had never particularly been a fan of Evil's work, which is why he hadn't even been booked for AEW Forbidden Door or even Ring of Honor. It was noted that Tony Khan doesn't control or affect how the G1 is booked, especially with Evil going to the finals. Well, yeah, Forbidden Door's an AEW show. He can't control how New Japan's booked, obviously. But okay, he's not a fan of Evil, I guess. So just burying Evil. So here's a throwback. We're going to hit a flashback. Here is, because it's the 4-year anniversary of like, oh, Punk debuted in AEW. And instead of looking at that again, like everybody did, or has done or is going to do, I want to fucking look at Tony Khan.
Tony Khan.
I want to look at him doing this fucking speech after he kicked Punk out.
Career.
So here, actually, let's hit a flashback. A good old time travel for this next segment here.
Career. Today, I terminated Phil Brooks, CM Punk, for cause. This stems from a backstage incident at AEW All In last Sunday. The incident was regrettable, and it endangered people backstage. That includes the production staff, the people who help put the show on every week, innocent people who had
And
nothing.
then we saw the video, and it was just nothing. It was nothing. People get in worse fights with their siblings, dude.
To do with it. I've been going to wrestling shows for over 30 years. I've been producing them on this network for nearly 4 years. Never in all that time have I ever felt until last Sunday that my security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show. I don't think anybody should feel that way at work. I don't think the people I work with should feel that way. And I had to make a very difficult choice.
It's crazy you would fucking go on TV and say this restarted shit, and then you do an angle where the Bucks pile drive you on your neck and you're in a brace and you're like, I'm lucky to be here. I could have died. And then you have some of the shit they've done with like exploding boots and near deaths and impalings and fucking no one should feel unsafe at work. And then this fucking camera guy gets shoved after he hands Moxley a screwdriver. You guys are being sued. Like, you think they're not going to play this? Nobody should feel unsafe at work. The dude's like, I felt unsafe. This fucking bald-headed idiot pushed me. It's so goofy. I swear to God, you got to look at AEW as a parody of pro wrestling.
It came at the recommendation of a discipline committee here in AEW, as well as outside legal counsel, who delivered a unanimous recommendation.
Yeah, someone pointed out in chat, like, did Tony grow up going to ECW shows like he claimed? So did you feel more endangered there when people are flying over you through tables and Spike Dudley's being thrown in the crowd and people are hurling their chairs and there's fucking almost near riots breaking out and New Jack's beat fucking Sandman's whipping someone with a cane in the fucking audience? Like, luchas are diving full force into the crowd. Like, what are you talking about?
And I have followed up on that recommendation. I'm sorry to any fans who are upset by this.
It's just lol cow shit, dude. More like AEW lolin, am I right? That, ladies and gentlemen, Ichi Nisanda all together for AEW news, ladies and gentlemen. Where is my Ichi Nisanda? This match is Jesus Christ. Ladies and gentlemen, there's well over 300 people watching. Make sure you hit like, make sure you hit subscribe. And on Saturday, I'm not doing a live show. I will be live Friday instead, whenever SmackDown is on. So if it's on earlier, if it's on Netflix or whatever, I'll watch it live and you guys can listen to the replay on Friday. I'm going on a bit of a vacation. Forbidden Door, I'll preview Forbidden Door, and then the following week when I get back, because I think Forbidden Door is on Saturday or Sunday, I will review Forbidden Door in a podcast. Maybe I'll get some guests on for that. That should be awesome. And we'll record that for PWT Pod. If you guys haven't, check out the PWT Pod I did with the veteran Jack Vaughn, 3-time OVW World Heavyweight Champion. And we played some games together. We played like rate these Meltzerisms. We played ropes or cables. It's like Squid Game here at PWT when I interview these wrestlers. We played a bunch of shit, like Fuck, Marry, Kill, but for wrestling moves, and we just shot the shit and had a good time, laughed about WWE Unreal and the wrestlers on Netflix and all that sort of stuff, which Jack Vaughn, I believe, was on both of those shows. I think he was on Wrestlers for like a hair. But, yeah, that's what's up. Guys, make sure, how many likes are we at over on the Clip channel? If there's this many people watching, we better have fucking 100 likes on the Clip channel. Oh my God, 65 likes? Abhorrent. Guys, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Vote in the poll. Does Chris Jericho come to WWE in 2025? Actually, let's ask him right now.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild! Yo!
Okay. We'll refresh that in a bit. A promo for Okada, Mr. Okada. Let me check in with chat. This makes me stand on both legs. I think Jericho returns in 2026 as opposed to 25. Yeah, you know, you guys know that I've been like, I just see Jericho going back, and I've been pitching all this shit. And we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it in a minute, okay? So this makes me stand on both legs. Imagine comes out with Judas. Here's the thing, bro. I think he'll come out with a new, because the WWE fans go and put all these songs to #1 on fucking the charts, you know, on Spotify and shit. So I think he'll come out with a new Judas song that will be like his, not Judas, rather, a new Fozzy song that will be like his last theme that he goes out with. It'd be, maybe Fozzy could even redo like Break the Walls Down, like their own version of that or something. Maybe collab with someone who could like, and then Jericho could just sing on the hook or something and the band could play it. That could be cool too. But he'll come out with a new song, and he always likes to change his gimmick. So it'll be like kind of old Jericho blended with new Jericho. But I think he'll have a whole new song that the WWE fans run up to #1. Fozzy gets another boost of like, and then they can go play the WWE venues and all that shit. We'll talk about it in a minute. Or the WWE cities, rather, not the venue. Sorry, I'm watching these stupid fucking commercials and trying to open a soda water while I'm talking. And this flavor is strawberry citrus soda water, and I've greatly enjoyed it. Yeah, I've been drinking a bunch of these. So, does Jericho wrestle another match for AEW? Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, he does. He will do the list shit again? No, he won't. He will not do the you just made the list again. He maybe will do it like as a joke or like one time if he crosses with KO.
You just made the list!
But no, I think he does a whole new thing that's like sort of his AEW shit mixed with his Y2J shit. Kind of just to like bring it back in full circle before his like retirement tour and all that. We'll get into it. Time Cop Juice, exactly. So is this match still going, this tag match? Like what's going on? Was there a winner yet? I've just completely checked out. Completely fucking checked out. Time limit draw. Oh. Okay, so let's get into, I'll pull it up over here. Some WWE news, man. We got another Hardy segment here tonight. I love it. This has been a fun show. Have you guys been having fun? Have we been having a good time, chat? Round of applause for me. And let's do the damn thing. So ladies and gentlemen, it is time for So Shawn Michaels needs double knee replacement surgery, recently had twisted rods removed from his back. God damn it. And it's funny because people conspiracy theorize that his back injury was played up and it wasn't actually as big as, or like as bad. That's sort of been a theory that surfaced. And I don't know, man. I think it's fucking bad. And he has rods in his back. He just might not like to talk about it and shit as much because it can be embarrassing for some dudes. You they get hurt and they can't wrestle, so they fucking, instead of just being like, this happened, You know, or like someone gets cancer, they hide it because it's like kind of embarrassing, but kind of like they just don't want to go through the bullshit. Triple H's official Instagram is flooded with, I just Brendan Schaub that. Triple H's official Instagram is flooded with "We want Alberto" comments, mostly from fans in Mexico calling for his return. We want Alberto back. We want Alberto. We want Alberto, please. We want Alberto. Vamos Triple Segoviano. I'm so sorry if I'm saying shit that I don't know. I just won't even read it. Queremos al patron no a esta way. Alberto Del Rio forever. People want him back, man. They may have fucked up. It may have just backfired. The opposite of what happened. The reaction may have not have been what they hoped for. We'll put it that way. WWE ID wants to steer new wrestling students and experienced talents looking to refine their skills to the best wrestling schools. EPWTC1 in New Hampshire, I'll give them a follow, has earned the WWE ID designation by having a top-notch facility and first-rate training. Shout them out. So Alberto Del Rio thanks Rey Mysterio and the Mexican fans for the support they gave him at Triple Mania, where they chanted his name. And yeah, dude, Ray was like really putting him over, and they wanted him in fucking Mexico. They want your boy Del Rio back, man. Rey Mysterio seemingly confirms Del Rio will be returning to WWE television. Now, I don't know, man. This could be a little blown out of proportion. But he said, as soon, this is from Web is Jericho, baby. And Mysterio responded to in Spanish to fans, chanting Alberto's name, saying, "I'll bring him in. Wait on me." So if Ray comes out and goes, me and Del Rio, like, are the sickos going to turn on Ray? The fucking lucha goat, dude? Like, if he's like, well, when I'm healthy, let's do a match in AAA, me and you, dude. We could get so much heat. It would be huge. We'll do it on one of these crossover shows. Ooh, Ray versus Del Rio. Whoa, that would go, or them teamed up against, I don't fucking know, but this is happening because he responded in real time to the fans. Do you guys get it? This is the fans, the live audience dictating, not the sickos online. This is the fucking live audience dictating what's going on, okay?
We'll rule you!
And Rey Mysterio has some pull, and maybe they do it a one-off. Who fucking knows? Maybe WWE doesn't want the stink on them. He won't be back on Raw or SmackDown, okay, guys? But they might feature him on one of these AAA YouTube shows. Like, they brought Brock back, dude. They brought out Alberto after to address everybody. Oh, why? Why was he there, Phil? Oh, why was he there? Oh, he's actually gone. All the sheets. He's shoot gone. He's shoot gone. Oh, he re-signed a deal. It's a deal.
It's just in from Phil Marks of PWT. He says, I told you so.
Yeah, because he works backstage. He's always going to work backstage there. For fuck's sake. So, speaking of AAA, they shattered online viewership with over 1.3 million streams. It's more than that. Deadline wrote some shit about it. Omos has new merch, and it describes him as a AAA talent, dude. So they put the tag on the tag of his merch. It says WWE and AAA, like Mr. Iguana and these other guys. So that's amazing. He won that fucking battle royal there. I love it. You know, you just have him win those a few years in a row. And the La Copa Bardal, okay, and he's described as a AAA superstar on the fucking site. And how will the proud luchadors of AAA Worldwide fare when the 7'3" giant Omos comes to tower over the roster like a skyscraper? And if you guys want to support PWT and are buying one of these Omos shirts or any of, oh, come on, Eric, that's not very fair to start shilling right now. But we have a WWE Shop affiliate link down below. And I try to encourage a healthy AEW to get one going themselves, but they fucking don't, Eric. Oh, that's horseshit, Eric. Oh, come on, that's not very fair. Chat me up about your affiliate link, Phil. Yeah, use my affiliate link below. No extra cost. It's fucking for WWE Shop, and you can get yourself some Omos merch, I guess. We're going to shill it. So, El Grande Americano, speaking from shilling it to killing it. He is killing it. Ludwig Kaiser, Danke. Okay, I don't even think that's him. I think that's Gable still. I still think it's Gable. That's my theory. It's actually still the same guy, Brian. But yeah, here's his interview where he's just slaying.
Pin
Con
con
el gran americano.
año de debut,
Hace un chingo.
nacionalidad,
Soy mexicano, güey.
signo zodiacal,
Cáncer.
You would get canceled for being like, no, I'm Mexican. Rachel Dolezal is back. She's like, I'm black. See, I was black this whole time. But no, it's just awesome that he can just say this and we can all, like, if anyone gets mad about it, we're all just laughing, you know?
comida favorita,
Probablemente tacos y tostadas.
hobby,
Lucha libre. Claro, ¿no?
tu canción favorita para entrenar.
Cielito lindo.
A ver, cántala.
De la Sierra Morena, cielito lindo.
Luchador favorito de la infancia.
El santo.
Finisher favorito.
Huracanada.
Equipo deportivo favorito.
It's funny because this is like lore for El Grande now. Like him giving these answers. Let's say Chad would have answered them differently or not at all. But now these are the canon answers for El Grande until the reveal.
¿To?
En América.
Mayor miedo.
Nada.
Nada.
Soy el grande americano. ¿Qué?
Pin.
So now Hangman's scared of fire or what? This show fucking sucks balls, dude. So speaking of the AAA show, Demonita puppet is on sale at WWE Shop for $100. Now that seems steep, man. That seems steep. They dead ass wrong for making Nick Khan enter the ring like that. So look at this video of them. Nick Khan goes through the bottom rope.
No mames, Nick Khan. No mames, Nick Khan.
That's foul, dude. Make him go through the middle rope. What are you doing? That's so foul to do to him. But what's with these Khan boys not being able to get in the fucking ring properly? So speaking of AAA Mexican, here's Deadline. They wrote this piece. Mexican Lucha Libre promotion, AAA, set a viewership record for Saturday's Triple Mania XXX. For Triple Mania XXX. The first to be held since the WWE acquired the brand. The annual event drew more than 4 million viewers within the first 24 hours. And that's the thing too, dude. The numbers you initially see, you always got to wait a bit because YouTube numbers, like if I go into my YouTube studio, sometimes, especially when a video just comes out, your numbers will be higher than what shows on YouTube or whatever for like the public at the time because it's got to play catch up. And then you think about unique viewers. So how many people even tuned in, maybe watched 2 matches, fell asleep, or tuned in, watched some shit, left the page, came back half hour later. Oh, this is still on. Or how many people watch the whole thing front to back, or how many, you know what I mean? Unique viewers. It's even more than that. So it's fucking amazing. Amazing, spectacular. So Mr. Iguana and AAA champion El Hijo del Vikingo are both in Philly ahead of Raw. So Iguana showed up. He did another job, a better showing than his SmackDown showing. But he was on Netflix, dude. And they're looking at him, and Yeska and Vikingo was there on the show as well. And they're really pushing this AAA shit. And it's very AEW-ish of them. But they're doing a good job of making people know who Iguana is. And Vikingo, the WWE universe sort of embraces him a little bit more. But compared to the AAA universe, I guess. But yeah, it's awesome shit to see. However, don't overdo this. WWE can't overdo this, okay? They can't go too crazy with it. Otherwise, like I get wanting to get Vikingo over and to get him more popular and put him on Netflix so people know who he is and shit. And this sort of indicates to me they're planning on running with him with that title for a while. So I don't know, man. It'd be cool to see Dom eventually get it off Vikingo. If it's not going to be like Del Rio or comes back. Like if they just fucking, if Vikingo like got another defense, let's say he fights Dom one-on-one and he beats Dom clean and everyone's like, oh shit. And they're just booing this guy. And then imagine like Del Rio just shows up. Place fucking erupts. Ugh. I know it's crazy we're fantasy mark booking it. I know that there's accusations against Del Rio, but I don't know any of that. He's not in prison. So what am I supposed to assume about the fucking guy? Right? I didn't investigate the shit. I'm not. This ain't people's court. This ain't people's court, bitch. I'm just fantasy mark booking like good wrestling in Mexico, right? So he comes back, the place fucking erupts. They just martyr him. It's Del Rio Vikingo. And then maybe Del Rio even takes the L in the match, but then Del Rio like shakes his hand and puts him over and is like, fuck, man, this guy, you know, cuts a promo, like, you know, maybe some people jump them. They're forced to team up. Something like that, you know, and then he kind of passes it over, tries to make it like don't hate this guy type shit. Boo Nick Khan's ass trying to crawl in the fucking ring through the bottom rope. You know what I mean? Anyways, and it's for the Mexican fans, like whatever our culture or whatever the fuck people have to say about the situation over here, over there, where they tried and everything, he fucking, there's nothing. I don't fucking know, you know, like put him in jail then if that's what like Rey Mysterio is like the nicest. Everyone's like, he's the nicest guy of all fucking time. Rey Mysterio had that documentary about his life and the worst thing he ever did. And he got so emotional about it. And he even got mad at his wife. Kind of, he's like, no, tell them the honest truth. Like, don't try and make me look good. Tell them honestly about me. And this is the worst thing in his whole doc about his life was fucking, he was on pills at one point. Like he really fucked his leg up and he was bulking up on steroids and shit. And he was taking a bunch of pills and he was like getting mad at his wife and talking shit to her and being unappreciative of her, which it's like, if that's the worst you've ever done in your life, like that was his lowest. It's like for how long he's been in pro wrestling, you know how fucking impressive that is. And the era he came up in. His lowest was like, oh shit, I took too many pills for a while and went off the deep end. And it's my wife still has my back through that shit. Like that's how good of a guy Ray is the point I'm making, right? And he's like, well, I'll bring Del Rio back. Like that's my guy. I don't know, man. I'll just go based on what I see on that. I'm not like watching his life and shit. You know, I'm just watching him on. I'm sure there's like football players who have situations with fucking, you know what I mean? Do people stop watching their team and stuff? I don't know. So I just don't even want to speculate on it all. It's bullshit. You get wrapped up in these dumb arguments and whataboutisms and doing like and being like, well, what about Brock? Or like, so you defend Vince or so? Like, no, every situation's situational. I have no clue and like we don't even know, is Paige coming back to WWE? Everyone's like, well, Paige is going to be in. Well, she's not even back. So do we even actually know? George Capture says Ray is a deadbeat dad. You are right. That is the worst. That is the worst thing I think he could have done, actually. What am I talking about? What a sleazeball. But speaking of AAA, Triple Mania XXX 111 was the most viewed and highest grossing Triple Mania in event history. According to a press release, the event has been watched by more than 4.3 million viewers in the first 24 hours on WWE and AAA's YouTube channels in Spanish and English, and hit a peak live concurrent audience of 614K. Beat Dynamite. The show also marked the highest attendance for any Mexican Lucha Libre show this year and set AAA's all-time gate record. Additionally, the event broke records for the highest ever merchandise sales in AAA history. And what did I tell you guys, man? This fucking merch that's going to fucking fly when WWE's machine gets involved. The merch that's going to fly off the fucking shelves. Oh, dude. You got to love it. And here was Triple H's reaction to Pimpinella Escarlata kissing luchadors at Triple Mania. Now, this shit popped me hard. The crowd's reaction made me go, what? Like, who's coming out? Stone Cold? Right? Like, the fucking pop when Pimplanetta, hopefully I'm saying the name right, but when Pimplanetta came out, you'd think fucking... Right? And then this guy, my guy over here, right? My guy, we'll call him they, them, who fucking comes dancing out. Everybody's going nuts. Like they're going insane. And he's just sloppy shop in the ring, but kissing everyone, and everyone's exploding for every move. And then they just kind of do a goofy eliminate, which is what you do, right? It's just like a comedy character, clearly. And so I fucking popped for it. I thought it was hilarious. I was like, it's like Adrian Adonis or whatever. I said like the Gold Dust. This is like reminds me of Gold Dust kind of. And then Mr. Iguana, someone pointed out, is a combo of like Santino and Gold Dust, or something like that. But either way, I digress. Here's Triple H's reaction to Pimplanetta. He's like, what the fuck? RFK wouldn't like this. I think he's just kind of no-selling everything. Do you guys think that he's like pissed by this or uncomfortable by this or what? Does that face read uncomfortable? I don't know, man. I don't know. It just kind of looked like that's how they watch. Like Nick Khan's face never changes ever. So, I mean, his face just looked normal the way he'd be watching wrestling. And then for Triple H, I don't know. He was kind of red in the face. Like maybe he was like, what the fuck is this shit? But you hear the reaction and it's like, dude, you got to give the people what they want. So Triple Mania drew more than 4 million viewers. We read that via Deadline. I think we have maybe one more. And that was it on the AAA news. We have tons more WW fucking E news. So let's continue along here. In the name of New Jack, here was on Raw, right? So Monday member show, I had to dip out. I didn't get to watch Raw. I watched it the next day on Tuesday. And Paul Heyman, they were in Philly, and he just cut a wild-ass promo on Tommy Dreamer.
In the name of the Sandman, smashing a beer can into his head. In the name of New Jack being the only real gangster in this business. In the name of Rob Van Dam smoking his opponents all the way down at the corner of Swanson and Rittner. In the name of the late, great Sabu, innovating moves that nobody ever saw before. In the name of the late, great Tommy Dreamer. Yeah, I know he's not dead yet, but he should be.
That's crazy.
He's still alive? Yeah, unfortunately.
He's still alive, Breaker says, and then Heyman's like, unfortunately. That is savagery, dude. Speaking of savagery and degeneracy, Mandy Rose said there was a what outbreak at NXT? We'll give this one a fucking you what?
You what?
For Mandy Rose saying she had to clean up a herpes outbreak. Why doesn't this video work? What's going on here? Did they flag it or something? Anyways, oh no, here it's working now. Sometimes these videos get flagged or they are lagging out. Yeah, what the fuck is going on? I remember this happened with a JD clip.
Herpes outbreak, guys. I don't even know if everyone knows that one.
Please don't even talk about that.
I'm in the ring. Remember, Daria had
like,
the
"We made
Ninja
it.
Turtles
We
thing
made
on
it.
the
We made it
vacuum.
clean."
We made it. But this is the beautiful thing too is NXT because
Yeah, that video's like tripping out. But the herpes outbreak, aka, I mean, what was it? Lip herpes? Was it fucking dick herpes? Like, what are we talking about here? That's gross. You guys are sick. Thank you for cleaning it up. No. So moving along here, Roman versus Bronson Reed has been announced for Clash in Paris. Bronson Reed said his mobility in his right foot will never be 100% again after injury. I believe that, brother. Rhea Ripley revealed a new tattoo that she got. Okay. I'm not sure. The fucking tweet is gone. You guys saw it on Raw. She revealed her new tattoo. And so Jacob Fatu reveals, speaking of revealing revelations, I don't know, revealing shit. I don't know what the word I'm looking for, but Jacob Fatu reveals who he would have on his bar fight roster. Okay, so Andre the Giant, Haku, Umaga, and Harley Race. I'm down. I think all of those names work out pretty well there. The Steam Pig, Ridge Holland, says his match on Wednesday night's Evolve is the start of his fight to keep his job with WWE. So he says, tomorrow isn't just another match. It's the start of a fight for my livelihood, my job, a place in this company. I'm desperate. Back to the beginning, to my roots, to find a way forward. Rugby bred, ring fed. Yeah, I don't know how long you'll be in the Fed, motherfucker. Derpies? Yeah, that's what I had trying to figure out what reword I was looking for there. I think redacted was the one I was looking for. So Masha Slamovich jumps on a FaceTime with Ava Rain.
Masha, you said there was something you want to talk to us about?
Yeah, Masha, what's going on?
Listen, I know the triple threat match is on Sunday, but if you want a fair and decisive winner of the tag match in Philadelphia, I think you should make me the special guest rep.
Yo, NXT was off the fucking charts. Did you guys see Javon Evans? Yeah, Masha's like, make me the ref for this match.
Up to something that you're going to call it right down the middle, unbiased, with no shenanigans.
No shenanigans. So speaking of shenanigans, there has been discussion within the broadcast industry that they planned and added WWE event for 920 could end up being an extra unique event that would air on ESPN as a preview of the type of programming WWE will bring to that partnership that officially kicks off in April 2026. WWE has plans to unveil the new PLE and where it will broadcast sometime this week. Bickety bang. So we actually get an announcement on that as WWE Raw Netflix views for last Mondays were down slightly from the post SummerSlam episode as expected. 2.8 million views with 5.3 million hours watched. And then we're getting all this new news about new news about what's going on with all the different TV deal action. So Clash in Paris is set to be the last PLE on Peacock. So boom, they're just going just like that, blink of an eye, Thanos snap, they're over on ESPN. The WWE deal with Peacock for PLEs is going to wrap up with Clash in Paris. It appears all future events are going to be airing through ESPN. So apparently what happened was they had the deal with Peacock and they were contracted. Who's this from? Brian Alvarez. So this is a fucking trying Brian again. I hate when it's like, well, what had happened was exactly. It's like, come on, man. X number of PLE dates, and so because this year had 2 nights of SummerSlam, which is an extra PLE the second night, and because they added the Women's Evolution show, and there might have been another show or two that they added, but I know for sure it was the second night of SummerSlam and Evolution. They have reached their quota, so the final show on Peacock is Clash of Paris, and then everything's going to be moving to ESPN. What that means for Peacock, though, through the end of the deal, rather, which is, I think it's like the middle of 26. Still a lot of questions that need to be answered, such as what's going to happen to the library. I know there's been a lot of discussion that the library may end up going to YouTube. I'm sure there are a lot of other people in the running as well. Yeah, it's just slowly all going to YouTube, man. But that is a question yet to be answered. And there's a possibility that different shows will air on Peacock between now and the end of the deal. Saturday night's main event might end up on Peacock. NXT, I don't know. That's a question as well. As far as I know, they may continue to air on Peacock. We got some answers to that as well. All I know for sure is that WWE's PLE's Clash in Paris, that's it. They're going to be going to ESPN. Fuck yeah. So shout out WWE for that. I was so excited I jumped out of the folder. How about that? So Wrestlepalooza here. WWE's as yet announced pay-per-view on the same day as All Out will reportedly be Wrestlepalooza, which was right. That's correct. So WWE and Peacock have worked out a deal to include main roster WWE programming to stream on NBC Universal. So via the Hollywood Reporter. So this comes out later in the day. And again, all this news is breaking like throughout the day. So don't be quick to like call people fools and shit and jump on people before you get the info. You know what I'm saying? But Fadeaway Media is like a brand new WWE show. It could just still be Saturday Night Main Event. Maybe they go, hey, we have a show on CW, NXT. Let's split NXT into two brands. NXT. What I call it on WWE 2K Universe is NXT Gold and NXT Platinum. And you do two different fucking shows. Someone's going to steal that now. Watch. But Trips, Heyman, if you're listening, right? Pitch that one. And yeah, you could say like, hey, here's an NBC fucking NXT show or something. Maybe that's how it works out. Who knows? But WWE's content's up for grabs, man. And I don't know. I think they just want it to be everywhere and you catch what you catch. And I've broke this down for people as well. In Canada, on Crave, they don't have AEW shit. Crave is the HBO Max, essentially, right? All the DC stuff, everything Warner Brothers is on Crave, except for fucking AEW. And then they have WWE shit on there, like LFG. And like Treasures and Greatest Moments and all this shit. So it's quite odd, but I digress. We learned more. So again, Indianapolis is like, oh, we got fucked out of a Mania, blah, blah, blah. They worked it out with them. They came to an agreement like you'll get big events. So whether that's the Rumble or like a Wrestlepalooza, the first show on ESPN, this is going to be like Raw's debut on Netflix. It's going to be, they're going to present it like that, okay? Won't be a 2-night event, but it's going to be fucking crazy. 7 p.m. Eastern on September 20th. We're going live for that here at PWT. And yeah, so that was announced, and that should be a grand old gay old time. And so starting this September, ESPN becomes the exclusive U.S. home of every WWE premium live event. Also, should I note, it's funny they picked Wrestlepalooza, an old ECW name for an event, which, guys, I think it's, here's the thing, Wrestle Dream and all that. I like that WrestleMania just has WrestleMania. There's no other shows called like Wrestle whatever. So I don't really like that they went with the name Wrestlepalooza. I got to be honest. I like that all their shows are like Crown Jewels, Survivor Series, whatever. Then the main one is WrestleMania, right? Like Wrestle Kingdom, Wrestle Dream, all that shit to me just screams like trying to copy WrestleMania. Wrestlepalooza. This is like some fucking, and they even have like a chainsaw on there and shit featuring John Cena, just flat out on ESPN. So I don't know if they have to move around when he's retired, if he's going to be wrestling one extra match because of this or what the fuck. Either, probably not. They probably just work it into the dates he has left, and they'll just axe one of his appearances that they probably had planned and have him have a match on this Wrestlepalooza or a Hardy segment, to say the least, because who knows how the show's going to be formatted or what's all going to be on it. Like, it's going to be like a glorified PLE, essentially, or like a glorified Saturday night main event or whatever, or they're saying it's a pay-per-view. Why? Because people have to pay a premium to get this fucking event if they don't already have ESPN. I don't really know, but either way, they call it a premium live event. So people are like, oh, it's the first time a pay-per-view for WWE goes head-to-head with an AEW pay-per-view. It's a PLE, so it's still different. Like, Dave's going to be like, oh, man, the pay-per-view buys, AEW crushed them in them. That's what he's going to say, but like WWE doesn't really do pay-per-view buys. So he'll just be talking about like whatever bars and theaters and shit do that. But that's why also WWE partnered with Fandango to do like PLE screenings. They'll obviously do that for this. So anyways, starting this September, Crown Jewel in Perth on October 11th, Survivor Series War Games in San Diego, November 29th. They're all announced. And then Wrestlepalooza, dude, I'm hyped for it. I wonder like what the theme or the branding or what we can expect from it, if it's going to feature like NXT and AAA people as well. Like, what are they going to do with that? Wrestlepalooza makes it feel like I don't know, a knockoff WrestleMania type thing, but I ain't mad at it. And it is a cool name just because of the ECW aspect. And again, they're going to do this more. They're going to bring back more and more WCW and ECW names for PLEs and TV specials and stuff in NXT, and Tony Khan will just continue to rip them off with things like September to Remember and shit like that. So moving along here, NXT PLEs will continue to air on Peacock via The Hollywood Reporter. Okay, so per Fightful, Saturday night's main event will run on Peacock, not NBC moving forward. So they're only on the cock. YouTube for me still, I'm assuming, international. Raw might be moving to an earlier start time beginning next month. And I don't know how frequently they're looking to do that, but I'm here for that, Eric. We'll just move the stream to be aligned with that, you know? But September 15, they've updated the start times. So September 15, Raw in Springfield, Mass, is listed for a 6:30 p.m. local start time. So that would be what? Like 4:30 my time, right? So that's crazy. Raw in Evansville, Indiana is now listed for 5:30 local start time, which is 6:30 Eastern. So that's 4:30 my time. Raleigh is now listed for 6:30 local time. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, so they're moving it back. That's pretty fucking crazy, dude. I'm excited for that. I like earlier shows. So that was it for like TV news and shit. Let's check in with chat here. Guys, if you're on X, come on over to YouTube, subscribe. Don't be stingy. Come and join the goddamn channel. Come and join the community. And yeah, I appreciate you all for fucking being here, man. We're crushing it. PWT is crushing it. And go and check out the interview with the veteran Jack Vaughn as well. Round of applause for the PWT universe being here. We're not done by any means. We still got some more. Her peacock. Knobs has leg herpes. That's gross. You guys are gross. NFL season starting up. Smart move. Yeah, dude. And that's the beauty of being on streaming and having the numbers like we want to be watched after. And that's the shit that Dave doesn't even know about. He's just trying to act like, well, I mean, for Dynamite, they're beating them 1 million. It's like, no, dog. Can't keep doing this. Damn, chat, what's wrong with you? Get them likes up. Yeah, what are these fucking likes at? Over on the Clips channel. Oh my God, 75. For shame. We got too many hate watchers. There's people just furiously fucking listening to the show, just angry with tears in their eyes. It's all good. I smell an oil leak. Okay, guys, so let's continue along here. Get the likes up, get the news up. But what the fuck have you been watching for the last 3 hours? Oh, and Practical Jokers. Nice. That's the fucking best show. They got a great... that overrun really does them wonders there. Everyone waiting to tune in for Impractical Jokers. Gooning and hating. Yeah, exactly. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's fucking continue along here. Rumble appearance, Hall of Fame induction. We'll circle back to that, man, because I've been spitting about Jericho for so long, dude. But Natty Neidhart, Natalia's made history, announcing on Instagram that she is the first ever woman to be to win the prestigious Lou Thez Award from the Cauliflower Alley Club. The award is on the highest honors in professional wrestling, named after the legendary multi-time NWA World's Heavyweight Champion. And she says to be the first woman to be awarded the prestigious Lou Thez Award means so much to me, as Lou Thez is held as a standard bearer in wrestling. Man, congratulations. She shouted out Ron Simmons, Bret Hart, Kurt Angle. Everyone. She deserves it, dude. That's awesome. So Andrew Schultz, which fucking cringe Lord Schultz is in Street Fighter. God damn it. God damn it. But he shared a teaser for Cody Rhodes' his appearance as Guile in the Street Fighter movie. I can't wait to see that. I think that's really good casting. Cody Rhodes as Guile. So Michelle McCool started piping back and forth with, and she changed her profile pic to be her like riding on the coattails of a cartoon Undertaker. And this dude's like, how many Undertaker in the Bank contracts does Michelle McCool get to cash in? And then McCool's like, according to y'all incredibly smart, apparently in every closed door exec meeting, believe what you want to believe because that's what simple-minded folks do. Behind the scenes analysts, anyone I want, right? Where should I ride his coattails next? Sincerely, you're non-talented, want to stay relevant, clearly been married for over 15 years for this reason alone, friend. No one's saying you're only married to him for that reason alone, dude. You were a pro wrestler. Like, you had accolades and shit. It's just that, like, I'm sorry, in radio, you're the whole now. Like, you replaced the guy. It was two dudes hanging out, and then you became the whole of that show. That's how it's referred to. And you're not like you didn't make the show better. You made it, in fact, worse by most people's. And I'm not even hating on Michelle McCool or Undertaker or anything, but it just didn't make the show better by any stretch of the imagination. But she's like, yeah, most people don't use any original wording. And yeah, I don't know. Shout out Michelle McCool. Like, just the show's not as good as it was, I don't think. At least not in my opinion either. So Lacey Lane, speaking of her opinions and ideas and shit, she says she felt she was very held back in WWE. So Lacey Lane, that's Caden Carter, pitched storylines that weren't used. She's not trashing WWE, but, you know, she just pitched some shit that didn't get picked up. So, dude, when we play these Fanatics pods, they snipe you. It's like playing music. I can't move to the music, play that fucking music. They go nuts on these Fanatics fucking pods for, like, flagging you and stuff, but I'm still going to play it. God damn it, I'm just going to chance it anyways. But there's a baby on board. So, again, guys, I mean, I've talked about this ad nauseum. She did the interview saying, I want to have babies. I'm 37. Even before that, I had talked about ad nauseum. Yo, this is Naomi's final run and shit. It's not being talked about. I even said it. I could see her being world champion. And I had some guests push back on that. Like, I don't see her getting that. You know, they gave her the fucking run. That was the run. I could see her coming back and maybe like losing or maybe when she's 45 or something. But she even talked about she wants to have lots of kids. So she vacated the belt. She might come back at a Mania, have a match. That could totally happen. Maybe even a couple matches. But I just don't see her full-time in-ring career going on longer after this. I just got to be honest. And it's not because like, oh, 40's too old and shit for women. I'm not saying that at all. Whatsoever. At all. It's just from the words from her mouth and the way she lights up talking about the potential of having children and how badly she wants it. Some women become mothers and that's just the shit they want to do. And that's what it seems like for her, you know? So she made this announcement and I'm just so happy for her and Big Jim. There's going to be some little Jim, Slim Jim, Real Jim, Jim, and Bob, peace, Billy Jim, right? And hopefully they pop them all out. And let's take a listen. Here's them announcing she's pregnant, and then she vacated the title on Raw and all of that. And she announced that it's like 7 weeks or whatever. So she knew, or she didn't know when she did the Money in the Bank shit. She found out after, right? And so she did all of that Money in the Bank shit like preggers. Now, I mean, there's conspiracy theories. They floating around like, did they actually know when they pulled the trigger and all that shit? I don't know. I was goofing about that earlier, but it's like, I don't know if they knew and then they did. And then that's why they're like, hey, cash in now and then just have your quick run and then you can vacate it. You can always come back because they would accommodate that, you know? And I don't know if it's a danger. Is it a danger to a baby if it's only 7? I have no fucking clue. I'm not a scientist. But yeah, so or a biologist. What study? Probably both. A biologist is a scientist kind of, isn't he? I'm a redact. Let's listen to Naomi announce Trinity Fatu announcing her the newest edition of the Bloodline, or the latest
You
edition.
guys have something that you might want to announce? Maybe some news that you'd like to give? Should I potentially give a drum roll? Maybe not.
Big Jim has.
Oh,
big
hey,
matches.
Steph. I got you. You asked for a drum roll. The queen gets a fucking drum roll. Okay.
For you.
We need y'all to proceed with caution because there is a baby on board.
We pregnant. We all the way pregnant. Yeah.
And listen to the reaction from the crowd. Wrestlers used to have to like hide the pregnancy and then go have the kids secretly, then come back, with a new hold. Go and learn a new hold, pal. Pop that thing out and come back with a new hold, pal. You better have a new fucking hold by the time you get back.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
Yes.
you want a picture to say it?
Yes.
You need to say it. I need to hear you say it.
I gotta get used to saying
I know, I know.
I'm pregnant and I'm having a baby.
Yay!
Look at, there's nothing in this world that makes her happier than the prospect of being a mother. I'm fucking super happy for her. And yeah, thank you, Naomi, because I think that's it. I'm being bold by saying it, but just I think that was it, So wow. There's a tornado warning here in good old Canada. Right in time for my vacation. Amazing, guys. Amazing. So this guy says, all I'm going to say is I'm lucky I turned on the $30 Hulu ESPN bundle today. FYI, the WWE fans, you can already upgrade to the new bundle starting today if you have the old bundle, so you can be ready for September 20th. So that's cool. Kevin Nash says he didn't have a seat at SummerSlam, and he called Brett to clear things up. And he said, I don't have a fucking seat either. And so Kevin Nash said this on Click This. Well, number one, I didn't go to the show because I knew I didn't have a seat. My whole thing was I did a signing inside the arena, inside MetLife. So I did a signing, 1:30, like 3 o'clock or something. I stopped going after they put me in a fucking box, and the monitor in the box didn't work. And the ring was so fucking small, and we were so far away that we had to look up and watch the fucking Tron, with no fucking announcing. It's bad enough to fucking have to watch fucking wrestling without fucking being able to fucking fast forward through shit, let alone no fucking announcing and volume. Dude, I thought I cussed a lot. I try and watch what I say. It's hard for me to go. It's actually not hard for me. It's just once you get me going off, it slips, man. It will slip. There are fucking warnings going off like crazy, dude. All right, we'll be okay though. I hope. And so yeah, Nash concluded by reiterating his side of the story, clarifying that his presence at MetLife was strictly for a contracted autograph session and not as a guest of WWE. Yeah, dude, here's the thing, Nash. They put you in that shitty box. They should fucking have seats for you guys. Okay? But I do appreciate him speaking out and exposing it. But he's like, I called Brett to clarify. None of us got seats. It's like, well, that's not a good thing. JBL calls out internet trolls for disrespecting Triple H despite everything he's been through. So Bradshaw says, Triple H is on a yacht in Greece, and the only thing you can say is, oh, as a 50-year-old guy, he doesn't look like he did when he was 20. What? He had a heart attack, almost died. He's lucky to not be in a freaking casket right now, somewhere buried. And he's on a yacht in Greece, living his life, living the best life with his beautiful wife. And you're online talking shit while eating Cheerios in your mom's basement. Boom. Fucking roasted. Cooked him. So, before we get into Ren's Day, because it is not only Rusev Day, but it is also Ren's Day. Right? And so... we're going to get into Ren's Day. We're going to talk about Chris Jericho first, though, okay? Sorry, I just got distracted. There's fucking tornado warnings going off. Did you get a tornado warning? Oh shit, yeah, like 4 of them in a row. Lincoln Hawk, what's up, dude? Run those fucking likes up, man. So moving along here. Yeah, and guys, good looking out. I'm not terribly. We'll be okay. Okay, we're good. Don't worry about that. So I'm just pushing through. God damn it! This is pro wrestling. Okay, even if I broke me neck, bruv, unsanctioned, bruv, in the cage, bruv. No one's responsible for this, bruv. Lincoln Hawk, my fucking brother, had a bar soft opening to attend. Gangster shit. I might be whisked away by a tornado, dude. I'm going to end up in fucking Oz. Maybe I'll understand Tony's booking then. Am I right? Am I fucking right, you guys? Hell. Okay, let's get back into the news. So there's rumors, and I've peddled this innumerable times on this show. Dude, Jericho could go back. I mean, Triple H's thoughts is sort of reiterating this. He's a friend of the show, listens to the show, friend of the show. And so I'm not the only one who's thought of this, or he may have heard me say this. Doesn't matter. Rumble appearance, Hall of Fame. Fuck the Rumble appearance. Get that out of your guys' head. These guys are thinking little too. Hall of Fame induction, WrestleMania program, put someone over, Legends deal, right. But that's small fucking fries. That's like, obviously, that just comes with like the no shit. And that's no disrespect to Triple H's thoughts either, right? But that's obviously that's out there. But if you guys listen to PWT, you know your boy Phil puts over the notion of a new Fozzy song that goes to '1 because WWE fans run it up. Fozzy plays in the towns and they get a little bit of a boost after people have been, Hughesy's come on the show and been like, hey man, Fozzy's fucking ticket sales are down and shit. And people have posted videos. And Jericho's even canceled shows because of low ticket sales and lied and said he's slated to appear on AEW, and then he's not on that AEW show. Right? We've covered that on the show. So, hey, Fozzy gets an extra boost. The Talk is Jericho podcast goes under the Fanatics banner, like Impulsive, like The Undertaker's whatever the fuck with his wife, like all of these pods now, right? Cody Rhodes' shit. He does a liquor deal. He already did a little bit of the bubbly. He did a mimosa match. He could fucking he'll think of something. He gets his own I love vodka fucking deal, right? Jericho was drinking that vodka. Them Moscow mules, I think those are with gin. What's in a Moscow mule? I forget. But either way, we've been people said, oh, Jericho signed. Oh, also the bigger picture. He can do the Fanatic stuff, the induction, the Hall of Fame shit, the Legends deal. He can do a one-man show, maybe like Undertaker as well. Undertaker's doing these one-man shows. Jericho, I'm a thespian. I've been in movies. Hey, I can be in Netflix movies. Hey, maybe I can help my buddy Kevin Smith pitch something and fucking. That's what Jericho's thinking. And also, he's at the fucking airport. People are like, when you coming back to wrestling? Conan sort of pointed that out before, so we give him the assist for that. But think about all of these things, man, and think about his boat, his cruise. Think about now, hey, we're doing the cruise with NXT, AAA. It'll be on WWE's YouTube. Inject new life into the cruises as well, man. And I think totally he's looking at this. I feel like we've almost willed it into existence. People said that he signed a 10-year deal a while back. We've covered how that is bullshit. That was a rumor or whatever. And, his deal's apparently up like at the end of this year or this fall or this summer or whatever the fuck. People have thrown shit out for a while now. Pretty sure it's the end of this year. I think he's had injury. I don't know if he's been like hurt because in Jericho's deal, again, just to sort of like try and add some context here. I'm not a dirt sheet or anything, but it's like he's not getting frozen for taking time off to do the cruise or Fozzy shows or to go act in a movie or this or that. He's not getting time tacked on or like frozen on his deal for that. But has he been hurt in AEW yet, where he's taken significant time off? I'm trying to think. I don't actually know if he has, I'm trying to you know, and Jericho's making like, if I had to guess, $3 million minimum per year in AEW since its inception. And that's a minimum as well. So there might be incentives that worked in there. Who knows? And maybe that's why Tony Khan doesn't get rid of, you know, and someone pitched like pay-per-view points. Has he done that? Should they do that? And I'm like, there's no fucking way. But for a guy like I always said there's exceptions. Like if they gave 1% of the company to keep Jericho there forever, or 1% to Danielson to keep him there, that wouldn't entirely shock me. If, let's say, Jericho's like, you know, because he's got pull there. Yeah, well, I have EVP benefits without being called one, or I'm actually an investor in this company, or I get Hogan. I'm Jera Hogan, bro. Yeah, you know, if the pay-per-view sales do more than 100,000, I get, then my fucking whatever kicks in. I could totally see him having something like that. But if I had to guess, like 3 million minimum per year, right? So how many years has he been there? 2019 through now. I mean, that's a lot of cheese. It's like if he goes back to WWE and they give him $1 million and he fucking is part of all this shit and his cruise blows up again and everything, like, he's down to do that. And his podcast gets a deal and all that shit. I want to see Jericho come home. He's a fucking legend in pro wrestling and WWE, even though like he started making his name around the world in ECW, in WCW. But what is he most known for? Like WWE. Vince even trusted him as, you're going to be the first undisputed champion. You know, he's one of the guys that we talk about, like who represents AEW and shit. Jericho, to me, he represented WWE more than WCW after his time spent there. For sure. He wasn't just like, oh, this was an old WCW guy type shit. So I don't know, man. I think, well, here, let me give you a fucking allegedly. Okay. So, as the gentleman who told me this would say, although I forgot
Allegedly.
his name, that's homage to my friend, by the way. It's not, but I'm going to be linking up with Husey tomorrow, guys. So make sure you check it out over on his channel. And we're talking pro wrestling, okay? We're talking the beef between K100 and Vince Russo and them. So allegedly, some of these stories, WWE stories on the sheets, could be leaked so that Tony Khan could offer him even more money. And you guys got to remember, I tweeted this out. This isn't like anyone stooging anything, right? So I quote tweeted Dave as well, because Dave Meltzer's pushing it hard. Oh, the Jericho, the Jericho, his deal's up and he's gonna, I mean, he's totally interested. There's talks backstage.
Poor people don't like AEW.
Well, Jericho's friends with Dave, bro. And Dave could just be stooging shit and backing that up so that Tony like throws way more money on the table than WWE would ever be willing to, or whatever, and he could just stick it out in AEW. Like, it wouldn't shock me if he's a for lifer, and I tweeted that out as well, that Tony Khan will do whatever it takes to keep Jericho. But sometimes it's like, yeah, what are you going to do? Buy me my own private plane? Like, maybe then you already let me use yours all the time, right? And in WWE, they got him going on now too. So like, what are you going to fucking give me that I don't already have, Tony? Like, okay, that extra 2 million's awesome, but I'll still make $1 million and like Fozzy will blow up again. And I really love doing that. It could just be that, or maybe he's just working the fucking
The best
sheets,
guys, Tony Khan.
But it is all allegedly here. And shout out Chris Jericho. And he posted to lean into everything. Look, his return at the Rumble on TikTok. And I just think we should believe, I don't think Jericho would be leaning into it as much as he is to get Tony to offer more. Tony's already throwing everything at him. If he's like, WWE's coming in, yeah, they're going to match the money. He could just lie and say that. It doesn't even have to be true. And Tony would be like, I'll double it. He would do anything to keep Jericho. And, but I just think Jericho would do anything to have, like, again, the fanatics, the podcasts, all the other shit he's into doing. And he can wrestle and he can go to NXT. Like, think about Jericho showing up on NXT and giving people the rub. He just was working small little fucking venues for AEW. He's not above doing that. I'm not saying like have a run in NXT, but just going there and giving someone the rub on one of these like head-to-head episodes, or, it would work out really well. And he's not completely cooked either. Like, he could have more than one match. It's not just like, oh, one WrestleMania match, put someone over. Nah, bro, he could have a couple. Like, I see him wrestling in AEW for like at least a couple more years. But that's just it. Like, he's taken care of his body well enough to where he's not entirely beat up and shot. But come on, man. He's clearly missing a step, and he's not. And if anyone spots Jericho and he's just in crazy shape, you know what's up. You know what's up. And this could also be, what does Eric Cartman call it? Like, oh, it's a quantum Jew double bluff or whatever, right? Where it's like, you fucking, it's a South Park bit, whatever. Maybe I just butchered that, but it's like he could be doing this as like a double bluff to get more, to squeeze that last like 500,000 out of WWE as well. We don't fucking know, or maybe a few more years. Okay, hey, he's offering me this. Give me the fucking deal for 5 years instead of like 3 or whatever, you know? Because WWE is, some of these guys, like Miro, he signed for 2 years. That's a shoot, if anybody's reported that. And it's like, for him, like, he probably wanted longer, but it's like, why? Just, you got to sign the fucking 2 years, man, and just get to work, because you might not get it again. Like, I know Tony's giving you millions of dollars. Miro is making 1.1, like 1 point some shit easily, over $1 million, guaranteed million minimum per year in AEW. How many years was he there? He cleared like $4.5 million probably in AEW. I'm not joking. Minimum. Didn't do any work. So yeah, who knows? Keep an eye out for Jericho. If there's any wild Jericho spottings, maybe he has a show coming up I don't know about. If he's looking extra juicy, you know what's going on there. So I'd like to see him back. To cap off this WWE news section before we get into the main event of the evening, folks, it is Wednesday. We were talking about Miro, Rusev. It is Rusev Day, but it is also Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Did y'all watch NXT, man? Shit was fucking crazy. I caught most of the highlights and shit. I didn't actually see it all, but Javon Evans was wilding out on that table spot. Holy dude. What a fucking show. But here's Ren, and she looks none too impressed right now.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday. I just have one question. What am I supposed to do? I don't know if you saw this yesterday.
Ren wanted to here. She could kick both your heads into that ring.
Yeah. Hey, that's like my
But
friend like that. Don't
a 2-on-1? Is he joking? Because one isn't enough. I mean, I know y'all are probably stressed because like I'm stressed. And if there's one thing about us, is we're going to stress. But don't worry. I spent a whole plane ride.
A Herpy Rana. World Wrestling Herpetainment. These are so funny.
On the way back from Philly, thinking about what to do. And I realized that what I need to do to prepare for this is hire myself the most elite trainer Orlando has to offer.
QT Marshall's like, sign me up. Yeah, donuts can be good to burn off. What did my wife ask me? Like, she's like, John Cena doesn't eat McDonald's or something. She was all shocked, like a big gulp. And in like Peacemaker, he's drinking a big gulp or something like that. And she's like, John Cena wouldn't drink a big gulp. I'm like, yeah, the amount he works out, like, yeah, he probably does, you know?
Well,
fucking Ren, man, pops me every time. And that was Ren's Day edition of WWE news. A bit of Dave Meltzer in this fucking folder already. It builds up so quick. So Dave Meltzer, I want to see flutes in the fucking chat. Flutes in the chat. Flutes in the chat. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. What's going on? They said there's a fucking tornado coming. It's hot as shit. How's there a tornado? I need some wind. The calm before the fucking storm, I guess, huh? I'm in the eye of it. The Rye of the Kaiser. Eye of the Herpy. Mr. Herpy's in the bank playing the new Everdark Doggo Boss in Night Rain. Nice. Herschel Walker had that crazy diet where all he ate was a Big Mac a day. That's wild, dude. Let's see. Dominic, I see maybe shaping up to be back in the Fed. Yeah, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to see flutes in the chat. I need to see flutes in the fucking chat, and there better be 100 likes. There's like there's like 360 people watching across YouTube and X. We're at 89 likes. Unacceptable. Joining us on the show, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for everybody's favorite segment in the entire IWC, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dummy Dum 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 Moment of the Week.
Just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
So Dave Meltzer had this to say about SmackDown compared to Dynamite. He says, actually the same place. The 800,000 or so SmackDown viewers and the 800,000 Raw viewers from 1 year ago went. Change of platforms and availability has a great effect on overall numbers. Yeah, so when WWE's exposed to more people, you don't say that they get a higher rating, but then when AEW allegedly is, you say that they get a higher rating just because of that. So he's a fucking dum-dum. And so Switchblade posted this, man, the Google Analytics. Like, look at SmackDown compared to Dynamite search. Like, you can't compare these fucking ratings. And he actually compares them. As we move along this, you guys are going to hear crazy comparisons like this one. The Observer newsletter says, based on figures Netflix reported from a variety of places, Brian, last week's WWE Raw did 920,000 viewers live and same day. Comparing it with Dynamite last week, Dynamite would need 209,000 viewers on HBO Max to beat that number, a figure it almost surely beats. Bro, no, it fucking doesn't. This shit is so stupid. It's so absolutely stupid that it makes me believe he has to be invested in it. Here, Raj breaks this down. He says, let's see, with actual verifiable numbers. Not just Dave and Bethel. Dave keeps linking people to Bethel's fucking lie article too. That's the problem. They're like, let's see the numbers you're using. He uses Bethel's shit, but then he goes, I don't think it's correct. But then he uses those as the numbers, reports on the shit, and then he just cops out by going, I said before they weren't correct. No, you're not allowed to cop out like that. So SmackDown, okay, actual verifiable numbers. Last SmackDown beat the last Dynamite by 182% in the 18 to 49 and by 126 in total viewers. Feel free to add whatever imaginary max numbers you want, but SmackDown smokes Dynamite by a lot. We're not seeing a big difference in attendance between Raw and SmackDown shows, which is really the only comparison you can do at this point. So you're telling me that while SmackDown is beating Dynamite by 126% in viewers, that Dynamite is beating Raw. Does that pass the smell test? Fuck no, it doesn't, Raj. Fuck no, it doesn't. He's a liar. Dave has already admitted his earlier calculations. Oh, calculations. I'm sorry. Calculations for Raw numbers were wrong. Although I'll be on Rumble, guys. No, talk about fake viewership. Rumble, am I right, guys? Although he said, sorry, I'm going to get myself shot one of these times from the show. Although he said they were too high before, but still he said they were wrong. Until you get Nielsen numbers for Raw, it's a fool's errand to try to convert Netflix numbers to a Nielsen equivalent. You don't know on a given week how many 18 to 49 viewers there were, what percentage that week were in the US, how many viewers were in per home, etc. WrestleNomics is the most reliable source for data, and they have the 8-4 Raw estimate at 1.2 million, 30% higher than Dave's estimate. 30%, Brian. How dare you use 30% against me? That's my number. Bottom line, it's pointless to chase the Raw Netflix numbers, etc., etc. We know it's just like insanity at this point. It's padded rubber room fucking straitjacket insanity. So we have a Try and Brian clip. We have a lot of clips here tonight. Brian says just all of a sudden one day Lana left him. This is back in 2019, and Dave, he calls Lana a cheating bitch. So is this supposed to be in kayfabe or what? I have no goddamn idea. So let's listen to this throwback. We're going to do a flashback in time, Dave Meltzer.
Our hearts must go out to Rusev. I'm thinking, okay, so I know that Lana is with Lashley now, but we honestly have no idea why, because there was never a storyline. It's just all of a sudden one day she left him. We have no idea if Rusev did anything wrong, what Lana's side of the story is.
He didn't, because Lana's just a cheating bitch, and he just loved her, and he still wants her back. I didn't like that, by the way.
So you made up a story, by the way, because
Lana's
we
just
have
a
no
cheating
evidence
bitch.
of any of this.
No, they told it that she, that he said that he still wants her back. He still had his wedding ring on and the whole bit, and he was very sad. And the idea is that
She's
she
just
got
a little
back because he
hush
spent
puppy whore, Brian. This hussy, this fucking wench. Lock her up. I'm Dave Tate. I've gone red pill now, Brian.
money, sending money to his parents in Bulgaria or his family in
He
Bulgaria
meddled in her modeling contracts, and he wouldn't let her spend enough money.
on herself.
That's what they said.
Well, Brian, what actually happened was she was a filthy little bitch, didn't she? She's for the streets, Brian.
Yep.
So she's a terrible, horrible person. We don't even know what happened. That's my point. This just picked up out of nowhere.
She looked like a horrible person to me.
I mean, she was with Lashley, but I mean, how do we know that Rusev didn't do something dastardly to
She
her?
was with Lashley. Whoa, Brian, what the fuck is that? She was with Cuervo. What does that mean, dude? Whoa,
Brian.
whoa. And then Dave's like, oh, he's just reminiscing on when he got cheated on. He's like, oh, that cheating whore.
And that's why she left him.
Put a banana on my head, Brian.
She's been acting like a horrible person.
I see.
She's just laughing at him
I see.
while she's making out with Lashley. She's rubbing it in. See, it's one thing when someone breaks up with you, but when they rub it in your frickin' face. But
Trust me, I would know. It took me forever to get the banana out of from behind my ear, Brian. Actually, I know firsthand.
even worse is that you still want them back. I didn't like that. I think that like we could be mad.
You still want them back? He's just Dave's just like projecting his fucking breakup.
Emotional damage.
Lashley all he wants, but it's like if someone does that to you and you're like a pro wrestler and you're supposed to be like a big alpha male star, I don't think that you should. I don't know. When he was like this thing, I still have hope that she's going to come back, and I don't take my ring off. And it was just kind of like, man, that's not a baby face to me, because that's not a guy. Like, I don't, at that point, I go like, you're a sap,
You're a sap. Oh shit. Called him out right there. You're a sap. This is before people were saying simp every 2 seconds, I think.
cut your losses. You know what I mean? Learn your lesson, cut your losses, move on. And
Brian's like, Dave, you're talking into the mirror right now.
it happens in real life for sure, but it's like, that doesn't make you a baby face to me. That makes you a sap. So
our hearts.
So moving along here, deadline. Paramount layoffs will be painful, but one and done. Jeff Shell promises David Ellison keeps timeline private for now. Nicolo Piccolo posts, Ellison noted that he believes the layoffs and restructuring could exceed the $2 billion target. $14.99 though. And Dave goes, there has to be a rate increase or they've made a bad deal. He doesn't know shit about anything, man. Fuck. Speaking about not knowing shit about anything, here is Vince, Russo, Barreau, and Al Snow, who knows a lot about a lot, okay? And they talk about dirt sheet writers and Dave Meltzer specifically and how they are just fans in the business. And then they try and cop out and say, well, I'm not actually a journalist and shit. And it's like, no, you make money. You interview wrestlers, break news, get rumors and all that shit. What else is that? You make your living off being a journalist. You're not just observing and you're not a journalist. Okay. So here we go.
Mm-hmm. And I don't have, I swear to you, I have no issue whatsoever with a fan. And again, at the end of the day, that is exactly what Dave Meltzer is. He is a fan, period. He's never been.
Actually, Well, I actually helped push
Best
Osprey.
guys, Tony Khan.
I actually, told Tony Khan about Kenny Omega.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. In the wrestling business, still to this day, he's not in the wrestling business. He's never been a part of the real wrestling business. Okay. He's an aspect of it that's developed out of the wrestlers themselves having a necessity to gossip and rumor monger. Okay. That's all he is a fan, a well-informed fan, a very well-informed fan. I give him that. But he's still just a fan along with all of the others. He's a very passionate fan.
How the fuck is he a well-informed fan?
And I appreciate your passion. and I thank you for it. Because if it weren't for people like yourself, then the wrestling business wouldn't survive. But at the end of the day, you're a fan.
Yeah, Vet Jack Vaughn put over my fucking Al Snow impression during our hangout.
Where I have a problem with it is where now he holds more influence than, let's say, a Ric Flair.
Woo!
Or I could go down the list of people who have had actual experience. You're going to, as a performer today, no ifs, ands, or buts, okay? You as a performer, and including you, Vince, all of you guys, you're going to listen more to Dave Meltzer and his opinion than you are to a guy like Steve Regal.
Not fucking me, bro. But I ain't in the biz like that, so maybe you're onto something there, Big Al. So Big Dave Meltzer on the intro of Kenny Omega Man documentary. Fucking let's take a look at this.
I'm watching this going like, this is not just a 5-star match. This is above a 5-star match, and this is one of the best matches I've ever seen.
A 5-star match. It's more than a 5-star match, Brian.
I'm watching this going like, this is...
I'm watching this going like, Brian.
Not just a 5-star match. This is above a 5-star match, and this is one of the best matches I've ever seen.
Fucking Dave, dude. So Grok, again, we get more Grok involved with Meltzer. And I don't know if it's just becoming a bit. This guy's fucking responding back and forth with Grok like 100 times. But based on aggregated data from Meltzer's ex-post newsletters and critiques, yes, he conflates numbers more favorably for AEW, emphasizing streaming on Max to offset TV declines or citing rebounds while critiquing WWE declines more directly, despite noting their business strength. So Meltzer's titles and headlines often exhibit favoritism towards AEW, emphasizing positives like growth in ratings drops, while downplaying flaws contrasting with harsher WWE scrutiny. This aligns with bias patterns, inflated stars ties to Khan, not just clickbait through sensation, though sensationalism amplifies it. Based on aggregated ex-posts, Reddit forums, AEW fans appear more delusional in defenses, often denying flaws like ratings drops and booking issues, fueled by underdog passion and tribalism. What else? AEW fans initially thrilled at Khan shots, viewing them as an underdog. So Grok is like analyzing info. I don't know. It's based off like Reddit and everything, but he's like, yeah, these people are fucking delusional for the most part, is what the conclusion he's coming to. Grok is coming to through this guy's questions or whatever. So WWE are going so heavy on counter programming AEW because they want to put Tony Khan's promotion out of business by the time AEW's current TV deal with WBD is up for renewal, according to a new report. And this is from Meltzer, right? So we're going to hear clips from that, but he's like, they want their TV deal to just be ripped away and done, And I don't even know if it's really about that. They're kind of going after the pay-per-view so far and like the internet buzz, as we covered earlier. But here is what Dave had to say about CMLL.
The Friday and Saturday CMLL shows are gigantic.
and this is probably the first time in probably decades that a company will sell more tickets over the course of a year than WWE. It's possible that's not the case, but it's going to be close if it's not the case. Because when I was trying to estimate everything, I had them kind of ahead.
Of course you have them ahead of WWE, you fucking redact. Jesus Christ, man.
You fucking mark!
Of course you do.
Poor people don't like AEW.
You know, and I never thought about that because last year they weren't, but they're doing 15, 16 almost every week now. And the Saturday shows are selling out or coming close. The Monday shows are selling out or coming close. Guadalajara, which is one of the 2 Tuesday shows, the Guadalajara Tuesday show is working on 8 sellouts in a row. I mean, so they're almost always selling out now. The most uncovered story. I mean, the amazing thing about it. I mean, if you said 7 years ago that CMLL will sell more tickets than WWE, I would say, well, WWE must be like collapsing, and it's anything but. And the other thing would be that the idea that, except for WWE, more Americans buy tickets to see CMLL, and it's really just Fridays and Tuesdays, than any other company, including AEW. And it's like mind-boggling, like that this is even possible. But
It's
I mean,
mind-boggling.
the numbers are just ridiculous. And
CMLL is going to take over WWE, but meanwhile, he doesn't keep the same fucking energy
The
for
Friday-
AAA ever. He's always like boo-booing on it. As I almost die from a fucking tornado. WWE reportedly wants to make sure that AEW doesn't get another TV deal. So Dave says, actually, WWE really want TNA to become the other promotion because they can control TNA. This is a major full court press. They just want Tony Khan out of the box, and they know if the numbers stay good, that he's going to get a renewal at a much bigger number, just like they did. He's already very profitable. The number will make... No, he doesn't even admit he's profitable. The number will make him incredibly profitable, and they'll never get away from him or anything like that. So they feel that they need to make sure this is the last contract. Why would it be the last contract if they're making money hand over fist and doing as good as you think and lie and say they are, Dave? Why would that even be a concern? Why would you even be like, why would they be dumb enough to think they could, if they're making all this money and shit? Like, Dave is so stupid, he thinks that, what, WWE's, like, listening to me and well, they are. No, but, like, they're fucking, they don't know, they aren't privy to more insider info than he would be on all this shit. He's such a fucking dummy, dude. So I also tweeted this out. I got a bunch of traction. I was like, Dave Meltzer this week, fantasy mark book Conan being fired by AAA because he wasn't doing commentary on Triple Mania, which was false, and he was wrong about, by the way. Not only is he not fired, but they're inducting him into a Hall of Fame and shit. What a fucking clown. And you guys remember that. We covered that on the show before. So, yeah, Dave Meltzer, we already read that stupid dumbass quote right there. And he talks about, using TNA to be the number 2 and block AEW from shit.
Wednesday,
Brian,
is a very bad night. I mean, it's a terrible night if you're a TV station and you want to program TNA, because you're basically going in with, you're cutting off so many of your potential viewers because they're going to watch the other show. I mean, it's like the worst idea possible to go on a Wednesday.
He's so fucking scared, dude. He's so fucking shook, dude. He's so shook right now. Oh my god.
Wrestling's not fake!
This is awesome. He's so shook that fucking TNA is gonna whoop AEW's ass. I mean, you better not. It's so stupid to go there. I agree with Dave in that. I don't think it's stupid to go there. I don't think it matters really what night they go on. They'll figure it out, and I think it'll do well. I don't know if it'll do as well as people sort of anticipate right off the rip, but just they've been building up Thursday. They want to go live Thursday. That's just what the fuck TNA wants to do. They've tested it already. But again, Collision's like moving in on Thursday. So does Collision try and swoop that Thursday and go, we do better ratings on this day or whatever the fuck? Like, is that how they keep Collision alive? I don't know. But I think we might see the Thursday night battle, and people are like, football. Okay. You know, that'll be fucking a few months out of the year. Thursday's still your night. I mean, if they want to go Wednesday, though, I think Dave is fucking scared. If they go Wednesday, I'm just going to be fucking locked in. It's going to give me a reason to stream and compare TNA more with you guys.
Which for WWE, it's the best idea possible, you know, knowing what their motives are. So if there's a TV station that does it, I mean, it really shows the power of WWE within that TV station. Because like if I'm running a TV station and I'm paying, even if it's just $10 million a year.
You're a dumb fuck. No one cares if you were running a TV station, dude. No one gives a shit.
To get TNA, I mean,
you go Thursday.
You go Thursday. Absolutely. You know, you don't move it, you know, just because WWE wants you to.
WWE doesn't want them to. Like Dave just says this dumb fucking shit. They don't want to do that. John Alba just said some fucking shit that everyone blew out of proportion. They said, we're open to going any night. Hey, are you guys open to going Tuesday? Yep. You guys open to going Wednesday? Yeah, we're open to going any night. But you guys you guys are on Thursday. Yeah, we're on Thursday. Like you guys, you know what I mean? It's such a dumb thing that, and then Dave just runs with it. Oh, WWE wants them to do it. It's just always evil fed. So Meltzer gets pwned here. He goes, the building holds 1,500. The show will be sold out. TNA did 1.5 million viewers and did pay-per-views under 20,000 and taped TV before 800 fans who didn't pay ticket money. And then this guy's like, you're wrong. 4,500 capacity at this building. So again, he didn't study the business. And yeah, so this guy points out when including Max viewership, Dynamite was well over 1 million viewers, but can't get more than 1,500 tickets distributed for the Dynamite show. Make it make sense. No, dude, the building holds more than that. And also, and then the show will be sold out. No, it's a wrestling sellout. We set it up for this. We sold out what our setup is. That's called a cop-out, not a sellout. And he says TNA did 1.5 million viewers and did pay-per-views under 20,000 and taped TV before 800 fans. Yeah, Dave, here's the thing. Ready? Stupid. You're the only one who claims you know the fucking pay-per-view numbers. All right? So we only get the pay-per-view numbers from you. If somebody came out and said AEW does 50,000, 25,000 pay-per-view buys, I wouldn't even be shocked. It wouldn't even shock me at all. I'd be like, okay. Let alone this 130,000 shit you keep coming up with. And he says they tape before 800 fans who didn't pay ticket money. Yeah, Dave, because they were in a fucking they were in the studio and it was free at a fucking theme park. So it's always free no matter what. Okay? And it's only free if you're in that fucking park. So most people aren't paying to get into this fucking park. They're watching it on TV. It's a whole different thing. AEW's touring around. TNA was in the same spot, 800 people. They get free tickets. They tape multiple shows in one fucking day. 1.5 million people would watch it on TV. That's right. 20,000 people would pay for the shit. The people who would go in there, it's a theme park. If Tony did the same thing, it would be the same thing. What you're saying is fucking coke, bro. He just never keeps the same energy about anything, and he never actually thinks things through. So Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez spurg out and lie about AAA. Alvarez says, well, many AAA fans are upset. Who? Name one. Nobody is upset. AAA fans are my friends, and none of them are upset. Okay, so let's take a listen to what Tryin' Brian has to fucking say.
Brian.
I thought it was a fun show. I enjoyed Triple Mania a lot. I know that there were AAA fans, particularly in Mexico, that, you know, a lot of things about the show they didn't like.
He just completely made that up. That's why he's making this bullshit fake fucking face, because he can't actually be honest about what the fuck he's like. Oh, there were some Mexico fans. No, what you guys do is you have people who are observer marks. Okay. And then you say, hey guys, DM us with intel from the shows, what it's like, and tell us, send us pics and da-da-da. And then they're your fans. So they do that. And so in their dumb fuck brains, they're like, man, people booed. They hated this stuff, man. No one hated it. It was the most viewed shit, dude. You guys are just bitter and crying.
And people are always going to just like change. We'll talk about problems people had as we get going here. But I also think that
Triple H, like, I think that people are leaking shit to Triple H and shit now about the sheets. Like, Triple H made a video, we're not here to change anything. We're not here to blah, blah, blah. We want you to do you. And then Brian has to come on the air with this pre-rehearsed bullshit, fake fucking narrative of they're going to change everything. We're going to run with that narrative. They're changing AAA. It's changed. So even though it's popular, they had to change it from the other fans. Triple H just nipped it on the ass right then. And then that video came out of like the Pimple Netta or whatever, tripping him the fuck out. And it just adds to that because it's like, he didn't book that.
In some way,
he didn't change that part.
Some people are romanticizing the old AAA. You guys realize there were a lot of Triple Mania shows that were really horrible. They were like terrible. If WWE can run AAA in a way where we still have some of the spirit of AAA and some lucha and minis and clowns and this and that. Exoticos. But also, it's not fucking terrible. That's a positive, everyone. Do you understand?
Well, at least he says that.
That's a plus. I thought it was.
Yeah, it was a fucking awesome, fun show, dude. I really enjoyed watching it. So, yeah, we covered this one. Here we go. Here's the response, though, to this. Meanwhile, check out the likes to dislikes ratio on the YouTube channel. So, again, I think this is on the Espanol one as well. 28,000 likes, only 662 dislikes. So that's on the Espanol channel, dude, or the AAA channel itself. So what are they talking about? No one was upset, dude. You're just tripping. So Triple H's thoughts here, says Meltzer. WWE is trying to destroy AEW by counter-programming. Alvarez, counter-programming doesn't affect AEW's business. WWE is being petty. And then this So Dude guy, he's a fucking dumbass. He's like, not what Alvarez said, dipshit.
And the point of this is, I was messaging somebody today, and, they're in with WWE, and they also don't believe that this is being done to, like, hurt AEW's business. They believe this is done strictly because WWE is petty, and they want to screw with Tony Khan, and that's it. And
that's not the only fucking reason, dude.
I believe that as well. Maybe there are people there that actually think that you're taking business away from AEW, but I don't buy that one bit. I think it is truly that they are just being petty. They're just trying to mess with Tony, and that's why they're doing this. Do I really think that anybody is not buying World's End because they're going to watch John Cena's final match for free? No. If you want to buy World's End, you're going to buy it. Are they doing it just...
No, bro. See, that's where you're fucking wrong. People have to choose. So if they have to buy that fucking Cena match and buy Forbidden Door or whatever, they're gonna choose WWE, dude.
To be irritating? Yes, that's why. And
they don't affect their business. Yeah, what do you know, you fucking putz? I don't even know why we got to refute this. We already know. And then Triple H's thoughts, friend of the show, he called it. So Chris Jericho, again, Dave Meltzer. Now, I'm not even going to lend any credibility to what he's saying. Just listen to what your boy's saying and has been saying for a long time on the show, okay? But as far as Chris Jericho's concerned with Dave Meltzer, like, they're friends. So Dave's just saying this to try and help get Jericho a job or get more money from TK or whatever. But Meltzer says Jericho is usually a really big story. His contract is up at the end of the year or late in the year, and there's certainly been lots and lots of talk about WWE. I know from a WWE standpoint, he doesn't know shit, that there is a lot of talk there about Jericho. I don't know about all that. People speculating Royal Rumble. Yeah, and then Jericho drops that little Royal Rumble return video of him. Of course, he's trying to get the people to will it and then make WWE pay. Nobody has officially said anything, nor will anyone officially say anything. That's a big story to watch at the end of the year. But yeah, there's been a lot of talk I've heard in the last week from many different people about the situation with Jericho and the belief that he's inevitably going to be in WWE. Yeah, you heard PWT, bro. You heard me talking about that shit like last year, saying he'll be fucking part of the Exodus. And shit's going to go fucking crazy this year. So I don't know, man. It's all good, Dave. So speaking of Dave, some old misses, man. Dave always missing. Phil don't miss. Dave always misses. So here's him in 2020. Don't be the most out of touch person in the room. Quick question. How has AEW managed by be profitable in April running no live events? So back in 2020, Dave saying they're fucking profitable when they weren't. He goes, don't know profit past, this is in 2022. Past, they had their first profitable month in early 2020, and for year 2021, Khan has said the losses were due to cost of the video game, and 22 would be a profitable year. I have not seen PLs, so that's all I can go by. Yeah, dude, so he's just fucking guessing. He's wrong this whole time, and he's like, you would know I said this, and I was right. With a conservative model factoring in no new international deals, and we've already seen a new one yesterday, this in 2024, and no additional TV deals, AEW next year will be more profitable than the entirety of WCW's 13 years combined, than WWF from 90 to 98 combined, and WWE every year from 11 to 17. Dude, what a psycho. If I had a company that was as profitable as AEW is now, on its deathbed would be the last term I'd use. Think you should start listening to the sports economists who predicted this for years, and you'd have not been so off. AEW is a profitable company. How would you not know this? Like, it's not a secret. Where do you get your wrestling info? Holy shit, man. He's just gone off the deep end, right? Like, the dude is just D1 glazing at a fucking...
The best guys, Tony Khan!
At a fucking round one recruit level. You know what I mean? So Dave just lies. Like, he always has to add like, he'll take something that's real and that everyone's already talked about, and then he adds his own little extra just to try and make it like his own. He just peppers in a little extra. And he's like, what happened with El Hijo essentially is that Alberto is a really smart worker, and he worked matches with him and treated him like he was a job guy. And so people see this job guy as world champion. Vikingo's the longest reigning mega champion in history, I believe. They don't hate Vikingo. They hate that he's world champion. There's a big difference because he's great and he doesn't do anything to be hated or anything. It's not like he's got the John Cena thing at all. It's just that the people do not see him as a worthy world champion. And as long as he's world champion, he's going to get booed a lot. Yeah, I don't know, man. And Dave just like always adds this little bit extra. He just peppers in a little bit extra and fucks up the food, you know? WWE wants to make sure this is the last AEW TV contract they got, Brian. So he thinks that it's just a full-blown sabotage. And my problem with this is, Dave, why do you think they're dumb enough to do that if AEW is as successful as you think we're dumb enough to believe you say it is? You guys get what I'm saying? Like, if WWE's, you think they're stupid as like these dumb fucks on your message board, why would they even think that they could make this AEW's last TV deal if this is your theory? I don't believe Dave in his shitty ass theories, but I'm just breaking down why the logic doesn't even make sense, because he's just reaching and grasping for anything, like that fucking microphone. Unlike that microphone, rather, he's barely clinging onto it with that fucking eagle claw. But the man is sitting here saying that they want to make sure this is their last TV deal. Why would WWE think that would even be a possibility in your mind, Dave, if AEW is doing as successful as you claim they are? Why would they think that's even possible if Dynamite's beating Raw in viewership and shit like that? Why would they look? Wouldn't they look at that and go, fuck, we got to tighten up and da-da-da-da-da. We got to make sure it's the last TV deal. Step on their throats. You're saying they're making money hand over fist and breaking records and outdrawing and beating Raw and all this shit. So then how would they be able to just step on their throats and take out their TV deal if they're more successful than Raw? You'd think they'd get a fucking bigger TV deal than Raw or something. It just makes no sense in his own mind.
They really want
Stupid
TNA
idiot.
to become the other promotion because they can control TNA. And this is a major full court press. I think that one of the things that they realize is that I think they just wanted, I said, like, you should probably try in 2 years, but I
said you should try in 2 years. Why? Don't give people advice, Tony. Don't listen to this asshole's advice.
They just want this guy out of the box. And they know that if the numbers stay good, that he's going to get a renewal at a much bigger number, just like they did.
That doesn't matter. Tony has billions of fucking dollars. It doesn't matter. They don't care about, oh, Tony gets more money. They don't. That's not what they care about, dude. Holy fuck.
And a number that will make him, it's already very profitable. The number will make him incredibly profitable, and they'll never
Meanwhile, earlier on the show, Tony Khan was saying, hopefully profits in AEW. I mean, we're doing our best revenue. And it's like, okay, so what are you are you profitable or not?
Away with him, away from him or anything like that. So they feel that they need to make sure this is the last contract.
Just always conspiracy theories and trying to like add context to shit he knows nothing about. Speaking of which, we talked about his take on El Hijo, which was bullshit. And here's Lucha Blog, who's like, people get mad at Lucha Blog because they think he's like anti-WWE and shit and pro AEW. And here's him just responding to Dave as well. He's like, really wishing someone took me up on the pay me to explain why they're booking or booing Vikingo offer 3 months ago. So there would be a better explanations out there than this one. And also I would have money. So, like, he just owns fucking Dave. He's like, there needs to be a better explanation than that out there. Like, what a terrible job. PWT, Lucha Blog, PWT. So Dave had this to say about the all-out Toronto situation. He says it is John Cena and Lesnar on September 20th. I think that's very clear now. And that's going head-to-head with All Out in Toronto. And you know what the effects of there are, we don't know. And you know what the effects of there are, we don't know. And you know this thing that we actually don't know. What a fucking nincompoop. The one thing we do know is that for go. And you know what the effects of there are, we don't know. One thing we do know, all in Texas, it didn't hurt at all. And it probably hurt NXT a lot worse. No, bro, no one was talking about All In online. That's all they care to do. They're still going to sell a house. Now when it's main roster pay-per-view with Brock Lesnar against Cena head-to-head with AEW, or will AEW go to the afternoon or what? I don't know what Tony Khan's response is going to be. Obviously, the last time he moved to the afternoon, he can easily do that again. Wouldn't be that difficult to move Toronto to the afternoon. It's probably beneficial to do that, but we'll see. So now, like, this is already, he's advising Tony to tuck his tail and run. He's advising Tony Khan to tuck his tail and fucking run. Just move to the afternoon and then you don't have to go head to head. So Dave's legit worried. And Brian's like, I'm not worried. You're fucking worried, man. We're not worried. It doesn't affect it at all. He's just like trying to paint a fucking narrative. And so again, Meltzer said what response to this El Hijo bullshit. And he goes, just so you know how competent and how much of a liar Dave Meltzer has become, Vikingo held the AAA mega title for a record-setting 833 days. But according to Dinosaur Dave Meltzer, the Mexican fans see him as a fucking top job guy. I was going to say a top guy, but I meant to say a job guy because I'm a stupid idiot. So yeah, fuck him. Fuck Dave for his bad take. So again, Dave Meltzer, he's going at Jimmy Corderas. Right, so this guy's like, WWE's terrible for the pro wrestling industry. And then Corderas says, and you buy that trash rag? Bye, you're so gullible. And then Meltzer says, wait a minute, did you fall asleep in 1983 and not wake up since? Like, it's just such projecting. Like, Dave, this is what people have said to Dave. Then he blocked it on people that he thinks he can fucking use this shits against. This isn't any great revelation. It's been a part of wrestling on a national scene since 84. And before that, in every place that had competition. The goal was always to destroy the competition. People acting like this is new blows my mind. Everything blows Dave's mind because he's a redact. Jimmy Corderas says, leaving out important factors about that era and landscape of what was going on at that time with players involved is disingenuous. Historians such as you should mention those tidbits instead of suppressing them to fuel your smart-ass replies. I don't fucking know, man. So here's Brian Alvarez. Trying here. Okay, to make shit up about a WWE and AAA. And he says that these records were totally made up. And then after this clip dropped, like Deadline wrote shit on it. Real fucking people who people actually take fucking seriously. And this dummies I don't know, man. Just doing his conspiracy theories with old Dusty Dave.
Triple Mania, WWE sent out their usual deal about all these records,
some of which were totally made up. Some, I mean, it was legitimately a sellout. It was the biggest gate that they ever had for, it's probably the biggest gate for pro wrestling ever in Mexico, because in the old days they didn't have to.
So those are two records you just agreed with, and then you said the most attended. There was a sellout, so the sellout was set up to be 19,000 whatever, and the most attended. So you just confirmed all the records they said, but then you said that they're all made up. So you just confirmed them all. You just prefaced by going, "Oh, they're all lies."
Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
Some of them are made up, and then the very next thing you go, "Well, actually, they're all fucking true. This one's true, this one's true, and this one's true too."
The best guy's Tony Khan.
What a goddamn idiot. Anyways,
ticket prices like they charge now. Gate wise, I'm sure they set a record. Attendance wise, it was probably the biggest Triple Mania in several years. I think they claimed like record viewership, and that's absolutely ridiculous.
How, Dave? Were you just looking at the one YouTube channel again? They had it air live on 3 channels: WWE, WWE Espanol, and AAA. It amassed like 4.5 million fucking views that day. Not to mention all the replay hours that it chalks up after that. Not to mention like congruent viewership or whatever the fuck.
I mean, it's, if they're going to,
Meanwhile, this is Dave, who doesn't even have an explanation, and I just explained it. He doesn't even have an explanation, and he makes up fucking ratings about AEW every 2 fucking seconds. Every single week, it's some made up bullshit about like how they're beating Raw, but he's like, "Oh, they didn't break viewership records. They broke attendance records." What else was the other numbers he confirmed there? Attendance records, the sellout, the gate records, all this shit, but there's no way the viewership was the most ever. Why? Because it fucking destroys you in CMLL?
Claim the highest grossing and most viewed Triple Mania.
Yeah, it can't be the most viewed because it was
history.
Triple Mania was on network TV in the past.
Dave doesn't understand how fucking the internet reaches more people than network TV
in Mexico. I mean, that's going to be way more views. They've done millions. The Dr. Wagner and Psycho Clown mask match aired right after, I think it was right after a Canelo fight, but after a giant boxing match, and did like giant numbers. I mean, way beyond. I mean, even if way beyond anything that this show did. So I mean that the idea was the most viewed. Again, like they've had Triple Manias on network television in Mexico that were much bigger.
Prove it. Like for real. What? Like, do I have to Google this? What was the most viewers for a AAA Lucha Libre show on network television? Let's see. 4.3 million. No, it's this one, Dave. It's this one. See, Dave's just coping. This is the one. 4.3. That's their fucking record, man. I don't know, Dave. You're just a goddamn liar. And so Dave doesn't study the business and can't do simple math because we just look at the numbers. We just look at the YouTube numbers. 1.1 million on the Lucha Libre AAA channel. 2.5 million on the WWE channel. Okay, so let's do quick maths. That's 3.6. And then 1.6 on the Espanol channel, Dave. So you just do quick maths and you're completely wrong and you're fucking coping, dude. And you don't even provide numbers. You're just like, no, they blew that out of the water. How? Fucking how? And speaking of numbers made up, Dave Meltzer's like at 40% for the week. Actually, watch on Max. Last week's show would have done in the range of 1.36 million viewers live about AEW. And it's like, Dave, you got to stop this, man. You really got to stop this.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
So Dave Meltzer as well. I talked about this before. Like AEW is looking better in ratings. Where can I see the Max numbers? Meltzer tags the BJ Bethel fucking article. So he'll do this cop-out thing where he's like, well, it's not validated. Like, I don't know. The numbers may be inflated, but then he directs people to that and goes, where do you get your numbers from? A blatantly like lie fucking shitty bullshit article. So it's madness, you know? Someone's got to stop this guy. I'll be the one to do it. Fine, I volunteer. So here's Dave Meltzer talking about the real Hulk Hogan documentary on Hulu and TMZ. I still haven't checked it out yet. I wonder when it's going to pop up on Roku or whatever the fuck.
Tom reviewed the Hulk Hogan documentary. He said he actually thought it was pretty good in terms of telling a balanced story. You made the cut. Well, what did you think of it?
I mean, they didn't have any historical problems, you know, so everything that I kind of warned them about, they steered clear of. So I would say that.
Dave, oh my God, Dave, you're a fucking redact. Everything I warned them about, your only appearance is you popping up to complain about shit that no one cares about. And you were all crusty faced and they thought you were redacted and they cut you out of pretty much the whole thing.
That was good. If you don't like Vince McMahon,
everything I told them. You think TMZ gives a fuck what you had to honestly say? Well, they interviewed me. Yeah, but then they cut it all out. They realized you're a crazy basement dwelling person.
I like it. You know, when they talked about Hogan being booed, this was an interesting one too, because it was set up poorly. They didn't introduce him correctly. It was not done the right way. And basically Albert said that if I was still there, I would have made it work. And he would not have been booed. If it had been done correctly, he would not have been booed. You know, and it was pretty adamant.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember those years that he tried that same thing with Roman Reigns.
Yeah.
We're going to make sure this guy's not booed.
Yeah.
He came up with 55,000 different ways to try to not get that guy booed.
Yeah.
And they were actually, a lot of them were clever and they all failed.
Yeah, just like John Cena too. But I mean, the thing is, no matter what he was going to do, if Vince was in charge on
guys are so fucking stupid
that day, Hogan's getting
oh man, he's same with John Cena too.
Booed no matter what. And Jimmy Hart's out there waving the American flag and they're booing the hell out of him. And it is what it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know why they clipped that part. Chris Jericho's contract situation. So here's Wavy Davey shilling for old Jericho. Well, actually, let's read this. So Microman, La Hydra, La Parca, Fabi Apache, Nino Hamburguesa, Messiah, etc. They all have like merch deals, right? And so when Dave and all these dirt sheets are like, they're signing new deals. What did I tell you fuckers? Like, man, this is like for merch or some shit. What have they? Look at all this merch. Is Lady Flammer on fucking NXT or does she have merch out right now? And they have to they're about to sell more merch than they ever have in their lives. They got to work out the ins and outs. AAA's merch game. I don't see people rocking AAA shit or have the WWE shop numbers and shit like that. You know what I mean? So come on, man. I don't miss, dude. But he says, at this point, I would strongly suspect everyone on the Triple Mania show is under a WWE contract since WWE owns the company and isn't putting anyone on its platform that can legally walk in AEW. And then he makes it about AEW. Dave, no shit. They own 51%. They absorb the contracts. They need new merch deals because it's a new merch system where like their manufacturers are printing the merch and their designers are going to design the merch and they're going to figure out, their marketing teams are going to figure out who to market and why and how. So that's a whole new deal they got to cross. Other than that, this isn't like, hey, bro. Like, I'm not saying fucking Iguana can't get a bump for appearing on a fucking Raw. But it's like, if you're on a fucking deal, they're not just renegotiating like, come on, man. It's insane, dude. He's just so behind the fucking curve on everything. So here is Dave Meltzer talking about the Naomi announcing her pregnancy. And he said that she also cut maybe the best women's promo of the year.
Also want to wish the best to Naomi, who announced on Raw, it was actually on the Stephanie podcast, but they saved it for today, that she's pregnant.
Yep.
And she did maybe the best women's promo of the year. It was incredible. She told everybody the story and then did a total heel promo on Adam Pearce and then thanked the fans again and got all emotional and then cut another heel promo on all the heifers in the locker room. Told them they had 9 months to fight over that belt and she was going to come back. Even if she had to come back breastfeeding her baby, she was going to beat all their asses. Yeah. It was awesome. So all the best to them. She's had a lot A lot of issues.
She's had a lot of medical issues.
Yeah.
So they didn't say anything about how they're going to fill it. I guess they'll probably.
Her pregnancy's a fucking medical issue. What are you dummies saying, dude?
Well, they announced it'll be addressed next Monday on Raw. So
what a fucking. These just distasteful assholes, even when they're putting something over. So Chris Jericho's contract situation. So here's Dave absolutely fucking shilling for Chris Jericho. He's just trying to help get his friend a job. I guess
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Let's see what Dave's got to say.
Jericho's actually a really big story. You know, his contract's up at the end of the year or late in the year. There's certainly been lots and lots of talk about WWE. I know from a WWE standpoint that there is lots of talk there about Jericho. You know, people speculating Royal Rumble. Nobody has officially said anything, nor will.
What he means is that lots of fans on Twitter are talking about they want to see Jericho, and so he goes, it's lots of talk. They're all bots, you know, Brian. It's all just WWE stands hiding behind these accounts.
Anyone
look at this shark-brained, shark-eyed, dead behind the fucking eyes bastard.
Actually say anything? All things being equal from a Jericho standpoint, you know, I would say it's time to go to WWE. The stuff that has been plaguing him, you know, which is like fan response. He goes to WWE. He's a guy from AEW that goes to WWE is going to be over like crazy. I don't know what Jericho's going to do, but I do know how he thinks, and I've got to think how he thinks. But I think Jericho is very financially set, and I think that he's a guy who's going to be wanting to do, you know, essentially to have fun.
He can't say what I say. Be a part of the big business. Go in the Hall of Fame. He wants to have fun. Well, I thought everybody goes to AEW and has fun. He can't say what I'll just flat out say because he's a liar, ass shill, and can't undermine AEW and Tony Khan in any way. And he can't just say, like, there's bigger business in WWE and he can resurrect his career. He can't do this shit in AEW. It's not possible. Tony doesn't know how to facilitate this shit.
So, and it's all new matches, you know, and things like that. So that's a big story to watch for, you know, at the end of the year. And, but yeah, there's a lot of people, there's been a lot of talk I've heard in the last week from many, many different people about the situation with Jericho and, you know, the belief that inevitably that he's going to be in WWE.
A lot, many people, so much talking about it. I've heard. Yeah. On Twitter, you fucking idiot.
We'll see.
Jesus Christ, man. He's such a goblin, troglodyte, disgusting the way he fucking breathes into the fucking mic. Drives me insane. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's super dumb moment of the fucking week. Jesus, I'm just irritated now. Do you guys hear me?
This just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for being here. Guys, if you're on X, come on over to YouTube and subscribe to my goddamn channel. We just blew past 7K subs and then 2K subs on the other channel. Guys, Saturday show isn't a show. It is on Friday this week, okay? And then I'm going to be out of town. So, Forbidden Door, I'm not going to be able to stream with you guys either. I'll do a review show after. Tomorrow, I'm going to be on Hughesy's channel, though. I'll throw a link in the Discord. I'll post it up everywhere, so make sure you guys tune in and come show some support to my guy Hughesy and me. We're going to talk pro wrestling, Vince Russo, K100 drama, and I appreciate you all. And yeah, I appreciate you guys all for being here. Round of applause for this amazing show we did tonight. And I'm going to hopefully not die in a tornado. Until next time, be good. Take good care of each other. I'll see you in the Upside Down. Peace.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, it would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!